A very good morning if you're joining us now on the Papare. We've just started a little bit earlier, but welcome down to the Katukurunda circuit. We have the first round of the 2025 Worth Drag Wars happening right now. So right now we have the motorbikes lining up. We have some of the super bikes. All these bikes being run in collaboration with FMSSL, the Federation for Motorcycle Sports in Sri Lanka. And of course, none of this would be possible without the Colombo Racing Club and the Southern Motorsports Club as well. Right, so we're getting ready and we'll be back again soon with some of the drag runs happening right now. A very good morning to everyone. Right now, we are here at the first round of the 2025 championship for the Drag Wars. 2025, the Worth Drag Wars, taking place right now. And at the moment, we have Ramesh Rajakulendran lining up in the Honda Civic, affectionately called Baby Milo. And this is going to be an interesting one. Not just because this is a walkover. So, Raymond, this is going to be a walkover. So that means basically in categories that have an odd class, an odd number of competitors, the fastest is given the opportunity just to run on his own. So no pressure on Ramesh right now, but he'll want to get all the timing, all the testing that he can get in for. So he lines it up. Very good launch. Launches right on the lights and heads down to the finish line. Ramesh, of course, taking part in 2 categories today. And this will be the 1600 two-wheel drive open category with a time. Right. Now we move into the first of the knockout rounds. We'll be having Javed Wahab in the Ram Slingshot, modeled after the Caterham, the Lotus 7, going up against Sunil in an EG Civic. So this car, of course, that Javed Wahab is piloting, the orange Caterham, it's running a 4AG engine, Toyota engine, locally built body, one of the only locally built and legally registered cars in the country. Built by a pioneer in the locally built scene, which was Ramsey. Both cars set off, both cars set off equally. Not a lot of wheel spin from either. And of course, the Lotus is rear-wheel drive, so the launch is a lot more critical for him. Looks like he's ahead of it, just ahead right now, and he will cross. Javed will cross the line with a time of 17.3 seconds. And Sunil looks as if he's got a bit of a problem slowing down at the end there. Time of 22 seconds. He won't be happy with that. Right, next up we have, I believe we should have Imran Yaqub, but I don't see him lined up. So we have right, so looks like we have DC Papare in the Honda EK4 right now. And he will be going up against Imran Yaqub. Imran Yaqub in the Suzuki Cultus. Talking to Imran before the race, he estimates his car is putting around 110 wheel horsepower. So, but from a 1300cc engine. So this, of course, is the 1600 class. So Imran is entering this car in both the 1300 and the 1600 class. So it's going to be an interesting one for him because he has 2 chances to shine. And also, there's a 300cc gap between these 2 cars. It's not a pairing you'd see a lot, very often. But of course, the Suzuki Cultus has been extensively stripped. So it's a much lighter weight car. From the factory, it's a much lighter car than the Civic. But we'll have a look now and see. This is the first of the knockout rounds. As we wait for the lights to come on, the white lights coming on, saying that it's staged. And they take off. Imran has a much better launch there. Lot of dust or smoke being thrown up by the Honda Civic EK4 there. Looked for a little bit that he was catching, but Imran seems to have got the launch and will take the win here. Oh, it was very close to the line though. 16.2 seconds for Imran, 16.3 seconds for DC in the EK4. Very, very closely matched there. But again, 300cc disparity, but still looked from here that Imran was able to catch it. Right. Of course, these are all provisional timings. Final timings will be released later in the day, but right now, looks like Imran is through from the knockout stages to the next round. Right, so now lining up is the Pro Street two-wheel drive 1000cc class. We have one of our only female competitors taking part. There are about 5 women taking part today, but this is one of them. This is Imasha Rajakalendran, or Imasha Radhakrishnan, running her husband's car. It's a family-owned car, really. This Vitz, which does a lot of hill climbs, a lot of circuit races, and now it's been transformed into a drag race. It is a walkover, so it's just her against the lights. Staging, lights 2, 3, 4, go, and Imasha takes off. Slips the clutch perfectly there, and she'll be using this as an extended test run so that she can get a benchmark of what sort of timing she's got. So like we said, walkovers is just a single run for the fastest driver from qualifying, managing to set a decent time there. Time of 17.234 seconds for Imasha. Great to see more women take part in this sport as well. We have a total of 5 taking part so far, and we'll highlight them as we go along. But right now, we're going to come back to the next round of the knockout rounds. Both cars have been staged. These, again, are 2000cc marches. So we have Krishan Jayasekara and Fazil Maruf. So they are just lining up. Krishan on the left, Vahuru on the right. Both cars getting a very good start, but the second part of that launch just seems to come to it for Krishan Jayasekara, who seems to get well into the lead now. He's almost 4 or 5 car lengths ahead, and he crosses the line and is through to the next round. 17.28 seconds for him. For Fazil, 21.245 seconds. Very interesting. Now, this is interesting. We have a 5-door Nissan March coming up now. Most of the cars taking part in this class are 3 doors, the shorter 2-door, 3-door as you might know them. And we'll get ready. This is car number 95. So that will be Joe. Car number 95, Joe Sevandra. And if we're just waiting for his competitor to line up. If he's not able to make it to the start line, then this will be a walkover by default. So we just wait for the second car to line up. As we see some of the marshals. Yep, he takes off, so it looks like he doesn't have any competition today, so he's just going to go on his own. It's a walkover for him, and he'll get to the finish line without too much drama. Right, now we have some very, very special and fast cars. We're now going to move in Pro Drag. Pro Street 2-wheel drive 1600cc turbos. So that'll be the Pro Street 1600cc turbo cars. Up ahead now we have Rahul Ramakrishnan in the Suzuki Swift Sport. Now this is a car that has been well, it's a well-known car. I guess for the last 10 or so years it's been on the circuit, and it's going up against a Toyota Starlet. And of course Starlet, well, you don't need me to tell you. If you've seen these little Starlets going around, you'll know how fast they can be, and have a look at that. Smaller wheels on the back, bigger wheels on the front, so he gets extra traction. Of course, this is a front-wheel drive. Both cars front-wheel drive, but running a different setup. on the two different wheels. So they get their stays, the lights go out. Much better launch there. The first phase of it for Rahul, but it looks very closely matched. Rahul is just a little bit ahead right now. Rahul Ramakrishnan in the Suzuki Swift Turbo. Very close. 13.8 seconds for Rahul, so he'll make it through to the next round. Super stuff. Right, so the other two cars apparently did not turn up for the last round, so those two cars, that was the final. So Rahul Ramakrishnan has won his category. So that is a turn up for the books. So apparently I've just been informed by the officials that the other two cars did not come when they were asked to, and that has cost them the entire race. Right, now we have another walkover with Saman in the Mini heading down there all alone. But yeah, so that's an interesting one. So the last race that we just reported on, that was Suzuki Swift Turbo. And apparently I've just been informed by the officials that because the other competitors didn't turn up when they were asked to, that is considered the final race for him. So he has run the Pro Street two-wheel drive 1600cc turbo category. Well done to Rahul. Right, now we have Ajit Kirti, a legend, going up against another legend in the mini scene, Malinda Sirisena. Who is going to win this battle? Both of these cars very, very evenly matched. Now, of course, all the cars qualified yesterday and they've been put into trees according to the FIA system. We'll explain that a little bit later when we get a chance. But now we have Malinda versus Ajit Kirti. Ajit Kirti, a legend from the Katana Motorsports Club and of course running Autobacks Minis, and Malinda with Innov Mini, his own little brand there. Both of them taking the mini culture in this country to new heights. Malinda actually, he's built a VTEC powered Mini in the past with a Honda Integra engine. This of course is running in the 1400cc class, so it should be a 1375 engine. Wouldn't be surprised if it's EFI or for Ajit Kirti. If I'm not mistaken, Malinda might be running a motorcycle engine in his car, but I'll get a bit of confirmation for you on that later. Right, now, as you're looking at the screen, you'll notice that the two lights are illuminated on the starting tree. So that indicates that the two cars have been staged. So basically there are sensors on the start line which detect movement, they detect motion, they detect the slightest bit of motion. So this is a new system that we're using here for the first round of the 2025 Drag Wars. And if you move even a millimeter forward and backwards this time, so this time it's not crossing a beam, not just crossing a beam that you have to worry about a jump start. If you roll back a little bit, it's considered a jump start. Right, as the lights go out for these two, again, very equally matched, but it looks like Malinda Sirisena has the edge, but has he missed a gear or has his car given up? Because Ajit Kirti has come under the left start of the race and he wins that round with a time of 17.73 seconds and Malinda with a time of 18.634. Interesting there, looked like Malinda had the better launch, but Ajit Kirti managed to go ahead. Right, now we have two lady competitors running, coming up against each other. We have Dilini in the Mahindra KUV and we have Amasha in the Toyota Vitz. Now these are both running in the 1300cc category, Pro Street two-wheel drive, naturally aspirated. So this is going to be interesting. The Mahindra KUV, of course, a locally manufactured car here, and it's interesting to see cars of all different kinds of, well, I don't think you could get two oppositely opposed cars right now. You have a fully race spec car on the left in the hands of Amasha and a car on the right which can be found getting groceries during the week, but any car is a race car when it comes to the Drag Wars 2025, and it's great to see it. It's all about taking part. The participation taking part matters a lot, and you never know. We've had some upsets, we've had some surprises where drivers have jumped the start, maybe just by a tenth of a second. So you can never tell You can never tell until the lights go out and the cars reach the end of the track. Right, so as we wait for the starting lights to come on, so you see the two white lights illuminated right at the top of the Christmas tree, so that means that both cars are staged. An amber light will come on next, and then the countdown begins. Malith, the start line marshal, signaling okay, the lights go out. Good launch from both of them. As you'd expect, the bit seems to have got that edge, but there's a lot of wheels. There was a bit of wheel spin, the perfect amount of wheel spin for Delaney in the KUV, but Emasha has managed to take that by quite some margin there. Yep. So she'll cross the line with a time of 16.8 seconds as we wait for Delaney in the KUV with a time of 20.8 seconds. But great to see two women taking part and being matched against each other in this round. Right, so Emasha now through to the next round. Right, so now we have Ajit Kethi lining up again. He is also in the 1300 NA class. Looks like there's a little bit of discussion. So he's being asked to reverse his car. So might be a small mistake there. It might not be his time to run, but we'll come to that later. Right, so I have my co-commentator with me right now, Ramian. Ramian, how are you?
Hey Sam, good. It's nice to be here.
Yep, great to see you.
Especially to see the cars out here on a lovely day. Other than that, been all good.
Yeah, good. Right, so so now we have a started running. That's natural walkover for him. So that's Harish in the two-wheel drive up to 1300cc category. Raymond, what do you think about these the cars that are lining up right now? So right now we have two interesting cars that are commonly found in motorsports in the local country, as Harith passes the line to conform his walkover. So we have Ajit Kethi in the Mini, and I believe we have in the Mazda Familia, Anusha Pereira. So two cars that are commonly seen on the racetracks. Minis, we've been racing Minis for about, 20, 30 years, and same thing with these Lasers and Familias, right?
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay, so that is interesting. Now, what happened there? So, Ajit Kethi's car stopped at the line, and Anusha Pereira went off in the Mazda Familia, but did he go before the lights? Because what I can see right now is a lot of orange lights on the tree, so I wonder if they're going to have to rerun that. They've pushed Ajit's car away from the start line. It seems to have just stalled on the start line there, so not sure who wins that round, but let's see. Let's have a look at the replays a little bit later. Right, so I think we have a bit of a break in proceedings now as we wait to see what's going to happen next. So, Remy, yeah, drag racing, back for 2025. Great to see it, right?
Yes, of course, it's been some time, and we've been able to witness some amazing races over the years. And it's nice to be back, especially 2025, with some very serious cars out here today.
Exactly.
And with some really nice surprises also, which I think all of us would be looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, some amazing surprises, some amazing runs yesterday in practice itself as well, with Janith setting an unofficial 8.5 seconds in his Evo. That's going to be the time to beat, though. But also,
let me tell you, Sam, it's his Evo drag car. It's not a street car.
Of course.
Janith, speaking about Janith, of course, he's been racing for quite a few years, and this is his second event in the pro class in the purpose-built drag car. All this time he's been running in a street car. So it's very interesting to see how this car gets off the line.
Not only, it's interesting that, he would have come to the drags first with the street car and he realized the potential. And yeah, he's just been able to, he's realized the potential and he's invested a lot of money into that car.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. And lots of fine tuning, and it'll be really interesting to see that car go up against some of the very known higher class cars. I mean, professional cars that have been here for quite some time.
Exactly. Right now we have Anusha Pereira lining up again. So it looks like there was a little bit of confusion there on the start the last time, but what I can't see is I can't see Ajit Kirti. So we know that his car failed. His car was pushed back from the line. And yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a walkover for Anusha because there's no car he's taking up against, he's competing against. So he's just going to have a leisurely run. He won't have to worry too much about getting through to the next round because he will automatically have got through to the next round. So yeah, there he goes. Right.
So Sam, I think up next we have an interesting category, which something is really close to my heart. That would be the 1000cc turbo event.
Oh yeah.
And that we have Mahen De Silva staging up onto the line. Mahen is also a very seasoned racer on the track, especially.
So if I'm not mistaken, so Mahen was the first one to turbocharge an Indian auto, right? Because you got turbocharged autos before, the 660cc JDM cars.
Correct. You got the Alto Works in 660 turbo form, but he's the first guy to turbocharge an Indian Alto K10.
And he kind of spawned like a whole. Now I think today alone there were 3 K10s running, all sort of inspired by Mahen's car. This car that he's been running it for 12 years. He told me.
Correct. Yes.
It's crazy. And he's running 0.9 bar boost as well.
It's actually today he's at 0.6.
Right. So he looks like he gets the walkover. So he was the fastest in his category yesterday. As he goes down the line. So yeah, just talking a little bit more about the car. The amount of effort that has been put into this car, because no one had done it in the world. Right? Even guys from India had been messaging him asking how he's done it, and it's all been trial and error for him.
Correct, and also there's a bit of research also done because it's with 1000cc 3-cylinder, so what turbo would work with it, and different combinations of exhaust.
Exactly.
So, but I should tell you, Sam, Mahen's car has been running for quite some time with this setup for quite some time.
Right now we have another Auto K10 Indian Auto versus a JDM Auto Works 660cc. So 1000cc turbo versus 660cc turbo.
So we have Niranjan.
Yep, Niranjan seems to
just crossing the line in his 1000cc.
17.1 seconds for him.
Against Romini in her Alto Works 660cc.
For 21 seconds for her. So Niranjan will be through to the next round then. Good on him. Right now we have, and this is interesting, we have the new 3-cylinder Audi A1. I say newer, much newer, going up against
we have
Suraj Rajitha. So we have Dushan Silva.
Will be Dushan Silva in the A1 against Suraj Rajit in the K10.
So it looks like the K10 has got the better launch. What's a good car? Because man's put a bit of that on the A1 there. That's interesting as well. Like a 1000cc Audi, you'd talk to most people, they wouldn't think that it would get beaten by an auto, right? But
correct.
There you have it. An
auto with the turbo.
Yeah. Exactly. The key. The turbo.
And now we have Praveen Veerasinghe in his Alto Works 660 turbo.
And I believe we have, of course, Lakshmini Yapa, who is the wife of none other than Ashan Silva. Yes. And that car has been remapped, I was told. I was talking to them in the morning.
She said, I think the remap has been removed now.
Has it been removed?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
interesting.
And we have Praveen off the line in his K10.
So Praveen, of course, manual car, he's able to get more wheel spin. He seemed to have got the better launch, but I tell you what, Lakshmini is getting, she's catching. Will she be able to catch it in time though?
And we have Praveen across the line first.
17.19 seconds. For Lakshmini, 18 seconds.
Praveen's car, as he was actually speaking to me over, and we had a look at the car, and he's got a aftermarket turbo as well. So he's just put it in, and the car is much more, let's say, it's a little bit more than a 660 standard.
Interesting, very interesting. Right, so next up we have, I believe this should be the rear-wheel drive 1500cc category. Yes, so we have Pusitha Atnayaka in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Two-wheel drive 1500 NA. So we have Pusitha Atnayaka in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Car I actually raced against at the Kotmale Hill Climb last month. So I know it's a fast car for sure. But then, of course, so is that Honda Civic on the left-hand side. The lights are out. Both cars get a decent launch. Bit trickier for a rear-wheel drive car to launch like this, but he managed to do a good job. Little bit of smoke coming from that Lancer, and it looks like
Priyantha Atanaika in the Honda is up ahead.
Priyantha is up ahead. I mean, it was always going to be a tough one. That Lancer was about 40, 50 years old.
Priyantha crosses the line
and
puts it in a 20-second of
yeah. But it's all about taking part, so it's great to see. So this is the first stage of our knockout rounds. Right, now we have Mitsubishi Lancer. We have Ford Laser versus another Honda Civic EG. True Street, two-wheel drive, 1500cc. Very evenly matched right there. Both front-wheel drive cars. Both hailing from Japanese backgrounds, although there's a Ford badge on that Ford Laser. It is a Mazda underneath. Who is going to get it at the finish line? Quite close, but it is the Civic on the left-hand side. Heshan De Silva wins that round. Right, now we have Suzuki Swift Sport lining up against another Honda Civic. An EK this time. Both cars are staged as they wait for the orange lights to illuminate. Both cars are staged. Start line marshal gives him the okay, and he goes. Right, brilliant. Both cars ahead. Both cars look pretty evenly matched. It's hard to tell from this angle who's in front. I think it might be the Swift.
Looks to be the Honda.
It's the Honda.
Honda crosses the line
crosses
across 17 seconds. Sam, we got another Suzuki Swift Sport.
And against an ES model Honda Civic this time. So that is Chamith Fonseca in the Honda and R. Harish in the Swift Sport. Now these cars were great for rallying. Will they be good for drag racing? We'll soon see. Lots of wheel spin from both of them. The Honda seems to be putting it out a little bit at the beginning. But let's switch to the finish line camera to see who's going to go next. Who's going to get through to the next round? Looks like the Civic is edging, and rather the Swift is edging in front. And yes, the Swift has taken it. Neto Abesekwa and Attila Rodrigo. So the Swift takes it just at the finish line. Right now we have another Honda Civic, and this time versus the Starlet. So we have Chamith Fonseca in the Honda Civic. Smoke coming out from the back of that Civic, don't you think, Raymond?
Yes.
Bit of white smoke, so... But that's okay for today, as long as he can finish today. But no, the Starlet manages to get him just at the finish line.
Sam, I've just been informed that Darin is ready in the GTR.
Oh, okay. Is this going to be one of the exhibition runs?
Yes, that's
okay, correct. Right. So, what we have right now is Darin Weersinger in the, well, the final boss, he calls it, the GTR that won the drag races last year and set the fastest time overall. It was 9.6 seconds last year. Yeah, so there you go. So he's going to be doing a few exhibition runs. There was the Colombo Racing Club, of course, the promoters of this meet, in association with the Southern Motorsports Club, Chrono Pulse, and of course the FMSSL, all coming together to form this meet. But everyone, the Colombo Racing Club ran a competition on social media, and those with the most number of likes and comments and shares managed to get the chance to ride shotgun in this incredibly fast Nissan GTR. Now, that's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, right, Raymond?
Yeah. They get to go in Godzilla.
They get to go in Godzilla, exactly.
Modern iteration of Godzilla.
And not just any Godzilla. I mean... So Darren won't be using the lights. So this is just an exhibition run. There's no competition here. But Darren is just going to give our lucky competition winners a taste of a quarter mile in under 10 seconds. That's crazy, right? So he's running Hoosier tires today, and he's done a few mods to the engine. He said, he spoke to me in the morning. He said the engine and gearbox have been built in Japan at by HKS. So yeah, he's estimating it's putting out around 1,200 horsepower.
That's very interesting.
That is very interesting. And those Hoosier rear tires as well, giving him all the traction he'll need off the line. Interesting, he's running a split setup though, right? Because this is, of course, an all-wheel drive car, but it's more rear bias, right?
Yes. Especially on launch, you can see the rear just squat And the greatest thing about the GTR is the launch.
Absolutely.
When it came out, nothing could have touched it on launch.
Absolutely. The amount of technology that went into it, to be able to measure the surface of the track within milliseconds, to adjust your the throttle input and all the responses to tune all the digital parameters and the mechanical parameters to get you that launch. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, I know the first generation cars, they had a habit of breaking their gearboxes. There was so much power and torque going through them, right?
Especially the older R32 and 33s, and then 34s came with the 6-speed Getrag.
Right. So, like I said, these won't be timed runs. These will just be some demo runs for Darren to show off to the crowd, show the heads up. And there you go. Kangaroo's a little bit off the start, but quickly spools up. And yeah, most of these guys walking at the finish line. So yeah, social media, the winners of that competition, well, I can imagine, although it looked very short for us, it would have been the time of their lives, right?
Yes, and I think by the time the camera got to the finish line, the car had already passed.
Yeah, exactly. That is the kind of speed that this GTR is capable of. But interestingly, Darren he's always been challenged by Evo, right? Ever since the drag races became official, it's always been that sort of guessing game. Who's going to win? Is it going to be a madly tuned Evo, or is it going to be the GTR? Now, as the years have gone on, it's swung sometimes from the GTR, sometimes to Evo, different Evos as well. I think Darren has been pretty much the stalwart of the GTR.
When the first GTR, when he brought on the first GTR, I think we had the races on Green Path, and back then it was the Evo 3 that started it all.
Exactly.
And that's when everybody knew the Evo in Sri Lanka, the Evo would be the best platform to go up against the GTR. And now we have people like Iran and Janit to give them a good fight.
Exactly, and they're sort of carrying on that legacy, right? I mean, in other countries, obviously the GTR is sort of the yardstick that a lot of cars are measured against. But in drag racing in particular, it's interesting that you can take different approaches to solve the same problem, right? And I would imagine roughly when you even it out, the power is going to be similar, but you have different things like weight. You have whether it can be driven on the road again. Now, some of the drag cars that are going to be running today, you wouldn't dream of running them on the road anymore.
Correct. Yes.
Whereas the GTR, from factory, can do a pretty good quarter mile and probably get you home as well. I know Darren's car is excessively tuned as well. I mean, 1,200 horsepower estimated. That's a crazy amount, right? For any car, let alone a road or a race car. But it's an interesting story that we're going to touch back on when we get to the faster classes of the day as well. So now we're just waiting for Darren to come back around. He's, I think that's just swapping the passengers now so that he can give someone else a run in that incredible quarter mile. So the officials will usher him to the start line again, and he'll be able to do another demonstration run. So yeah, these runs aren't timed. They're not going to go by the lights. None of these timings are going to be entered into the official books. But I tell you, Ramian, there are some records that could be broken today. So as we were saying earlier, if you were with us earlier in the stream yesterday, Janith in his Evo 9 did manage to set an 8.5 seconds.
That's correct.
But it was during practice.
Yes.
So
and also that would be around at about 260 kph at the finish line. So that's a lot of speed on the 400 meters.
Yeah, it is. And Janith is actually running one of two cars running a parachute today. So it'll be interesting if we get to see that in action as well. Right, so Darren has lined up once again on the start-finish line, on the start line. And we just wait for him to do another demo run. And of course, while we have this little break in proceedings, we want to give a shout out to our sponsors. So we have Don't Just Drive, Dominate the Road. Unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. The Any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus is the motor oil you want in your car today. Call us on 077 193-7173 or visit ENI Sri Lanka for more information and availability today. And of course, a huge shout out to all the officials, all the marshals, many of them volunteers, coming down here for 2 days, taking out their valuable weekend to ensure this event goes off. So there we go, we have Darren heading down the line once again, doing another demonstration run. And once again, as soon as he started, it's almost as if he's finished. It's crazy. That car is insanely fast.
I'm quite sure the passenger would have definitely had a ride of his lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Pushed back into the seat, almost pushed back into the boot, I'm sure.
Yes.
Right.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Right, and we are back. So this is the True Street Two-Wheel Drive 1600 NA class that we're watching right now. It's another walkover for the Toyota AE91 of Pune, Sanjay, car number 44. So walkover for him. That means he set the fastest time yesterday, so he has a little bit less pressure on him to get through to the next round. He's automatically through to the next round. But again, any competitors who are listening to this, there's already been one class that has been won because cars didn't turn up when they were asked to. Right, so now we have in this up to 1600cc NA class, we have the Toyota AE91 to AE92 of Chatur and the AE91 of Chamodia. And looks like the Torino took it at the line. Yep, that was a time of 17.1 seconds for Tilan there. Chamodia Tilan in the AE91 Torino. Up next is cars number 41 and 43. Pradeep Madhushankar in the Honda EG8 and Lahu Madhusankar in the Honda EK3. Right. The EK looks as if it's in the lead there. Got a bit of a better start on the right-hand side. But until they cross the line, he's coming back. It's coming back, that's for sure. Who will clinch it at the line? It is the EK of Pradeep Madhushankar with a time of 17.16 seconds there. Right. Now, we have another special category.
Sam, it seems we have Zakir Wahab.
Yep. In
He's
that Pandem body-kitted Honda Civic EG.
running a 2-liter, probably a B20 or a K20. That car is seriously nice. It's so nice to see it in the flesh, especially in Sri Lanka.
Absolutely. Now, of course, this car is running multiple numbers, so I can't tell you if we're in True Street two-wheel drive 2000cc or if we're in one of the other categories. I think this is the True Street 2000cc category, though. So, of course, naturally aspirated with that legendary 2-liter Honda engine under the hood. Do you think the body kit will add a little bit of weight, though?
It depends. It depends on the material used. But from what I saw yesterday, that car really launches really nicely off the line.
Wow.
On
Okay.
qualifying yesterday.
So hopefully we'll get a demonstration of that in a little bit. Looks like it's another walkover for Zakir, which would indicate that he set the fastest time yesterday in his class. So depending which category this is, just waiting for a couple more competitors to turn up, and then I'll be able to tell you exactly which category he's running this in, because he's running it in 3 categories, as you can tell by the 3 different numbers on the side of that car. So looks to me like he is indeed in the True Street two-wheel drive 2000cc, because I see an Integra lining up behind him. So if he's in the two-wheel drive 2000cc NA category, he'll be up against quite a lot of competition. So that means he's got the walkover in this round, car number 46. That was an amazing launch. Absolutely amazing. It was a lot of wheel spin, but it was just enough to get him off the line.
That is correct, Sam.
Right.
Let's see how much fast. Crosses the line in 15 seconds.
15 seconds, wow. So interestingly, a bit slower than the time he set yesterday. Last time he set a 14.6, this time 15 seconds. But I wonder if he's just taking a little bit easier because, you know, it was a walkover. He's guaranteed to make it through to the next round. So he doesn't really have too much pressure, but I suppose he wants to get a little bit of practice in because the track conditions can change overnight, right?
Correct, Sam.
So if you're watching this at home and you're wondering, okay, what is the fuss all about? There's a lot that goes into drag racing. There's a lot of time preparation. A lot of it is to do before the race, because it may just be a 10-15 second sprint down the line, but launching a car and taking it to the red line throughout this 400 meters takes an immense toll on the mechanicals of a car. It's not like daily driving a car at all, and you have to repeatedly do that, right? You have practice, you have qualifying, then you have the races, and if you get through to the finals, you have even more races. So you have to make sure that your clutch, your drivetrain, everything stands up to that kind of punishment.
For sure, Sam.
Right, we have car number 47, the Honda Integra DC5. Looks like it's another walkover for him. That is Gihan Senaratne in the Integra DC5. He's going down there all on his own. Now Zakir set a time of 15 seconds. Gihan sets a time of 16.1. So interesting. Not too far off, but that 1 second will make all the difference. Right, now we have another very special car in the country, a Honda Civic FD2 Type R. A brilliantly handling chassis, but is it any good as a drag race car? Well, we used to have the Mugen RR, which used to dominate this category back in the day. That was extensively stripped, super lightweight. Channeling that somewhat is this right now. Slips the clutch a little bit of wheel spin.
Hitting red line as well?
Yeah, hitting red line. Let's see how that reflects in the time, of course. So this is Romello McKenzie in the Honda Civic FD2, my favorite handling front-wheel drive chassis.
And he crosses the line in 16.4 seconds.
16.4 seconds. So it's going to be very close between him and the DC5 Integra if both of those two cars end up in the finals. Right. So now it looks like we have Liam Modder lining up in the Porsche 718 Cayman. Now I've been asked by his friends to refer to it as the GT718 RS. Your guess is as good as mine as to why they wanted to put those stickers on it. And if you have a look, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the screen, but it has some questionable stickers on the side, including Sabrina Carpenter in the passenger seat. Yeah, some Taylor Swift lover on the rear. So very creative work done by his friend Aji Pai, as he is known. But yeah, Liam Modern lining up in the Porsche Cayman 718. Up against, from this vantage point, it looks like he's going to go head-to-head with the only other car in his category, so which the
seems to be an FK Type R.
Exactly, the FK Type R. Another amazing car. Honda's first turbo Type R.
And both cars are turbocharged, including the Porsche, running the 4-cylinder Boxer turbo engine.
Another bit of a departure for Porsche, going back to a 4-cylinder Boxer engine. When it first launched, you know, a lot of people, even myself, had a bit of a complaint that it wasn't a 6-cylinder anymore. They later introduced the 6-cylinder, but still, there's a lot of power that 2-liter turbo is putting out. It's
so
about
Sam,
300 horsepower versus 320 in the Type R, I would imagine.
Yes,
so it's going to be
it's
going to be interesting. Rear-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive as well. Now, you would expect the rear-wheel drive to be a little bit better on launch, but it's a bit harder. But he has launch control in that Porsche 718. The Civic Type R doesn't have launch control, and there you go. Unfortunately, Krishan in the Civic Type R seems to just release the clutch a little bit slowly there and got bogged down. So that is Liam Modder, and I believe he's won his category then, because I believe there are only 2 cars in his class as the Civic Type R takes second place. But he'll be happy at least to get a second. We will confirm those results. All the results we're telling you are, of course, provisional. Right, now we have
2 Mark IIs.
Mark IIs. The only 2 Mark IIs that I think are taking part today, because
yes,
there are quite a few last time, but unfortunately there's only 2 in the True Street 2-wheel drive 3000cc turbo category.
And these 2 cars,
they're both running 1JZs. Yep, straight 6 1JZ engine, 2.5 liters. And of course,
from factory they come with 2 turbos, twin turbo setups, but what's under the hood is yet to be seen.
As both cars have staged, so you can see that both cars have been staged. When those 2 white lights up top illuminate, then the start line marshal will give a signal to make sure that both drivers are ready. Yep, both drivers are ready. Now we watch the lights. Okay, looks like someone may have jumped the line there. It's a little bit hard to see from here because I couldn't see the lights go out.
We have Suhail in the JZX 100.
Exactly.
Against Dimal in the JZX 90.
So Suhail with a 15.5 second time.
And Dimal with an 18.8.
Dimal seemed to dump the clutch a little bit and didn't get the launch that he was hoping for. The lights also flickered a little bit, but I think that might have been driver error. So I believe that would also be the final classification of those 2 cars. So I think if those results are to stand, then Suhail will have won the True Street 2-wheel drive up to 3000cc turbo category. Right, so now that we have a little bit of break in proceedings as we wait for the cars to line up, let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. So what happened yesterday? Yesterday was qualifying for a lot of these drivers, and this time we are running the pairings, so that's how the cars get set head-to-head with the FIA tree. So basically, the fastest time would normally, what we used to do in this kind of category is we used to pair the fastest with the slowest. But we've decided to move to the FIA system, which is a little bit fairer, if you ask me, where the first would get paired with the 5th, and then the second would get paired with the 6th, and so on and so forth. So there's a very complicated tree map. Depending on how many cars have entered into a category, how many cars have qualified, But according to that, that's why you get some cars that get a run over, a walkover. So some cars with an odd number in the categories will be allowed to just run like a practice run. So as we wait a little bit more, so yeah, yesterday was practice, as we do have a car lining up. So that's car number 88, Toyota Carina of Christopher Van der Singer. Rear-wheel drive car, of course. So we're in the True Street rear-wheel drive 1300 to 1500 cc, and it looks like it's a bit of a walkover for him as he heads down the start-finish straight. So Christopher in the Toyota Carina. Now this category is interesting. The True Street two-wheel drive 1300cc to 1500cc category, as Christopher crosses the line with a time of 18.6 seconds. Right, so this category, True Street rear-wheel drive 1300 to 1500cc, 12 people have entered, and it's a very popular category. So last year we had a classic category. This has become sort of the de facto classic class, because most classic cars are rear-wheel drive and they have that engine capacity between 1300 and 1500 cc. So we'll see a lot of cars from the 80s, the 70s, some from the 90s in this class. So stay tuned for that if you are a lover of classic metal. Right, now we have the Toyota KE72, car number 80 of Tanuja. And it's another walkover for him. So I would imagine he would have set the fastest, possibly have set the fastest time yesterday, as he gets a walkover. Either he set the fastest time or his competitor wasn't able to make it today. So Tanuja crosses the line with a time of 19.2 seconds. So it's quite possible in some cases, if a competitor is not able to make it on race day, then they'll be given a walkover as well. The officials will do their best to locate that car within the paddock, but that's this. If you're listening in the paddock, this is an extra reminder to keep your ears open for whenever the officials call your event, because they're not going to take hostages this time. They're not going to be waiting for you to line up your cars. You have to get your car to the start line, otherwise you'll lose the race. It'll be a natural walkover to your competitor. Already happened in one category, in the 1600cc turbo category, Rahul winning that purely because his competitors didn't show up. Right, now we have a beautiful Lancer taking to the track. The Lancer A72, Aravind Pereira, as he passes the line, and should be a 1400cc engine in that, as he passes the line with a time didn't get recorded, but I'm sure it's there on the system and they will inform him of where he came. Right, now we have another legendary car all over the world. This is the Datsun 510. Of course, the precursor to some other popular models like the Sunny, but the Datsun 510 recognized as a car that really started a JDM revolution, and people started taking Japanese cars seriously thanks to thanks to the Datsun 510 like that. Now he's going up against car number 91, the Datsun B120 of Binura Diawis. So we have a single cab pickup versus the Datsun 510. Very equally matched, both in the 1300 to 1500cc category, both rear-wheel drive. It's all about who gets the better launch. Cars have been staged. Starting marshal looks to the starting line. It's good. Lights go. Both illuminate. Lots of wheel spin for both cars. The Datsun's pickup seems to have it. Binura Diawis on the right-hand side of your screen in the grey Datsun pickup. Absolutely flying out there, and he's already put at least 10 lengths on the Datsun 510. So Binura Diawis crossing the line with 18.899. Anas Aziz is the time of 21 seconds. So bit disappointing for him, but now we have again two very closely matched cars going up against each other. Both Mitsubishi Lancers. We have the Mitsubishi Lancer car number 84 of Dinuka Fonseca and car number 83 of Dinesh Disanayaka. Both cars, bit of a measured start for them. Neither of them want to burn out that clutch, but it looks like Dinesh Disanayaka on the left-hand side is getting the better run. I tell you what, they are very closely matched. It looked as if it was just one in those first 20-30 meters. As Dinesh Desnaka crosses the line with a time of 20.6 seconds. Right. Now we have Angelo in the Ford Escort and Lahan, the Datsun. Datsun Sunny. And of course Angelo in the Ford Escort. Now the Escort and Datsun, both rear-wheel drive cars. Ford a little bit ahead, back tumbling into this drag race some 30-40 years later. Yes, it does. Angelo crosses the line with a time of 20.7 seconds. Right now, we have something very different as well. We have Javed Wahab. Javed Wahab, a name you would more likely associate with SLGT race cars. And of course, he's running 3 cars today as well, including the Subaru Forester in the TNJ, his own race car there. But this is, in his own words, this is his grocery getter. The BMW 7 Series 73i. 73i, the diesel. So Javed is going to go up against, well, in his category, he has 520Ds. So we used to have a BMW category, BMW 3 Series 1 make category. This is two-street, two-wheel drive diesel cars open. It has become a de facto BMW class because it's just dominated by BMWs. This is the only 7 Series, so you'd expect the 7 Series, running the 3 Series, running the 3-liter diesel engine, to be a little bit slower because of the weight. Takes a bit of a measured approach, but it is a walkover for him. So he's confident enough that he doesn't need to push his car on this at this point. And then we have the 2 BMW 520D. So time of 16.6 seconds. I tell you what, for a massive car like that, 16 is an amazing time for a car that must be close to 2 times. Right now we have the BMW 520Ds, 2 520Ds, car number 27 of Miran Wickramasinghe and car number 25 of Kavindu Abisekra. Both cars equal. The launch for the car on the left just manages to get it. He is well and truly into the lead by about 2 car lengths there. Let's see how he crosses the line. That's a time of 16.2 seconds for Kavindu. Right. Now we have True Street, 2-wheel drive kilowatts. So we have competition number 1, Hasib Fayez. He was the winner last year in the same category. 1500cc engine in the Honda CRZ coupled with a hybrid. So these guys in the Honda CRZs, 2 CRZs, both cousins, both very passionate about their cars and always entering them into as many events as possible. Track days, drag races like this, even, if I'm not mistaken, into the Slaughter 1000 once. And the Honda CRZ is not exactly a rally car, let me tell you, but somehow they managed to do it. Right. Car 1, it's a walkover for him. Hits the limiter, soft limiter for that Honda CRZ. Gets a bit of wheel spin, and he is safely down the line in his walkover event. Like I said, Hasib winning last year's event, so he'll be hoping to attain that crown in the True Street 2-wheel drive hybrid class. Right now we have Jahan De Soysa and Sanjay Sanaratna lining up behind in the 2 Honda Fits, 2 GP4s, again hybrids, 1500cc hybrid, automatics as well. So interesting, the CRZ I believe is a manual that just went, so it gives him a little bit of an edge over the automatics. As these 2 cars with their CVT gearboxes head off down the start line and the main straight. Very, very equally matched. Who's going to win it? on the right. Looks like he's just in the lead a little bit, yes, with a time of 18.2 seconds. 18.6. Right, now we have one of the cars we've been waiting for. It is, of course, Janith lining up in that incredible Mitsubishi Evo. And I believe up because he's entered two events here. Marshals, big shout out for them, all the volunteers here making sure that this event happens smoothly, and of course the Air Force staff as well, allowing us to hold this sanctioned drag race here, and of course all the members of the Motorcycle Federation.
So Sam, just to give you some background and also some background to all the viewers who are watching our stream and also are here at the venue as well. So what does it take to compete on a pro level, especially with a dedicated drag car like this? So it takes a sequential gearbox, which Janith is running. He's also running a billet block, a billet engine with a stroke of, which is not stroked, it's the factory 2 liter capacity, but with a billet block.
And I believe he's running 2.5 bar today as well. So they've had to dial down the boost just a little bit. Ashan was telling me in the morning they were tuning it on the fly.
That's
today.
correct.
They estimate the car might be making around 950 wheel horsepower.
Yes, they do. So it's somewhere between 700 to 800 horsepower is what they estimated, as this car has not been on the dyno.
So it looks like it's going to be a walkover for Janith, but let me tell you, this is something you're going to have to watch, right? If it's a walkover, even if it's a walkover, this could be a record-breaking time, because yesterday he set an 8.5 second unofficial time.
And also, Sam, at the back of the car, you can also see the parachute.
Yep,
and
that's right.
The parachute is there to help with the braking, as this car clocks it about 260 at the finish line. So you need all the stopping power to stop it.
260 kilometers an hour, that's crazy. And he's even running pedal disc brakes as well at the front. But even that might not be enough, which is why the parachute is there as well. Love to see the parachute in action if we can, but let's have a look. Right. So it looks like this is going to be a walkover for him. He will look to the lights, he revs it up, and he goes. Right.
That's where you can really see the car really kick out so hard.
Amazing, amazing. And the amount of effort to keep it in a straight line now, that's a time of 11.2 seconds. But I believe, if just watching it from the side here, I don't think he went as the lights went out.
I don't think he's even
hitting
red line either.
I don't think he, and I don't think he
short shifting it.
He's short shifting, and he didn't go as soon as the lights went out as well. Yes. I think he knew it was a walkover. He knew he's guaranteed to get through to the next round. So this was a little bit of an easy run for him. But incredible to see. I mean, even taking it easy, it looked, well, I mean, it's faster than 90% of the cars here, right? So amazing skill and amazing effort has been put into that build. Right, so who do we have now? Okay, now this is interesting. Now, the debate between petrol and electric will rage on for a long time, but here we have someone who's experienced both. Previously, he's ran a 911 turbo here. Nishan Ruyasurya, this time taking it to the track with an EV, the Hyundai Ioniq 5N.
And Sam, I think this is his second time.
Second
event.
Second time.
Hyundai.
There was a bit of a viral clip that went from last time where he just decimated an Evo, and it's always an Evo, right? For some reason, Evos are the stalwart of this event. Now, is he going to get a walkover, or is he going to go with a, looks like it might be a walkover for him, so he may have set one of the faster times yesterday. But either way, I mean, EVs, they don't have, there's no way around it. They don't have the same drama of an internal combustion engine, right? But still, there's a lot of power in that electric motor. Four-wheel drive, of course, all-wheel drive, and a 0 to 60 time of around 3 seconds, I would imagine, as he sets off in silence. Of course, it's an EV, but look how fast that is. That is going to be definitely a contender in his category.
And he crosses the line at 11.8 seconds.
11.8 seconds. There
Down the quarter
you
mile.
go. So he is taking part in the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive class. So that's interesting. The Ioniq 5N of Nishan's. Running precision turbo.
This is in a pro class.
So interestingly, I think he's lining up with Hiran, another car that's using a passive. Hiran's also running Precision 687 Turbo, 6870 Turbo. He wouldn't divulge the horsepower numbers that he had. I mean, I don't blame him. It's a bit of a trade secret, but I mean, he's running the Evo 7 with an Evo 9 body.
And we have Isira in the start line in his STI 9.
Yep,
And so very new build.
And it's great to see some Subarus taking the fight back to
the Evos.
To the Evos,
Yes.
exactly. Right, so is this going to be a walkover? Yep, looks like it's another walkover. So for Isira, lines up.
And he's off the line.
And I think he might have jumped the start there. Looked like from where I was standing, he jumped the start. Yes, there is a light on the start, so I believe he'll get a 60-second penalty added to his time. But that's no problem because it's a walkover for him, so he should be through to the last round, to the next round rather. But yeah, the car seemed to just edge. Now, this equipment that we're using this time around is very sensitive to the car moving forward or backwards. It's not just a beam that you have to cross. So previously you could shallow stage the car. So previously you could shallow stage the car, and you'd be able to have a little bit of rollout time before you cross the beam. This time you have to launch on the green. You can't launch just before the green anymore. You have to be millimeter precise with your clutch pedal, with your throttle pedal, and ensure that your wheels only move once the green line is illuminated. Right, so we have Hiran Katukurunda in, of course, that Evo 7 running a full fiber kit with a precision turbo. I mean, if you've been to any of the drags in the last 5 years, you'll know this car. This car is a former champion, the car and driver, former champions of the drags. But he was very, very honest with me, and he's like, he's got his work cut out for this weekend, because there are some builds here that are just, they're newer. A lot of money has been thrown at them, a lot of talent is behind them, and he's not sure whether he'll be in the winning, but of course he's taking part, and he thinks he might have a chance as he goes up against the TTR run. Wow, both cars rocketing off into the distance, and then you have Hiran much further ahead with a time of 9.7 seconds. Brilliant time. A sub-second time already by Hiran. Incredible.
Hiran was saying in the 10-second break he was the first to break a 10-second down this strip a couple of years ago.
And it's great to see him do that again.
It's very interesting, Sam, to know that
and you can see the parachute has been launched. I don't think we managed to see it, but you can see the official is just putting the parachute back into the boot of the car there. Hopefully next time we get a shot of the parachute fully inflated and we get to see that.
That's correct. And also the parachute needs to be folded in a particular way. So not everybody can do that. It takes a lot of qualification to do that.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because you need to know how to fold it so that it functions properly when it's needed to.
Exactly. Which you need a lot of specialists not to be back together. Right. We have car number 149.
We have one in his ST version 10.
So again, Pro Drag 4 drive.
This car, Sam, actually it's the highest horsepower Subaru in Sri Lanka. Let's see what 601 horsepower looks like on the track.
Amazing to see these cars again running.
Sohan crosses the line at 12.1 seconds.
I mean, it's incredible to think that we consider a 12-second time a little bit slow for this category. That's just a reflection of how fast the other cars are. That's an incredible time for anyone to achieve. And like I said, great to see the Subarus back in it. Right now, the camera is focused on Ramesh Rajagopal. Again, in that car affectionately called Baby Minor. Now this is going to be interesting because I can see
Ramesh going against Zaki.
In that body-kitted Civic. So Honda Civic, right? We have the Pandem body kitted. I mean, it's amazing when he launched that car last year. It took Instagram by storm. It took social media by storm. No one could believe a car like this was in the country. And then you have Baby Milo, a car that has run many hill climbs and drag races, multiple drag race champion, both Ramesh and the EK9.
And it's very interesting to see, Sam, because we have Ramesh in a in his road car.
Exactly. So both cars, lights have been illuminated. As we wait, lights go out. Both cars get a very good start. Ramesh seems to be in the lead just by a hair, but it's not over yet because Zaki is coming back. Look like his first, second gear was a little bit slow for Zaki because the car looks like the Forester is in the lead. He's catching up. Has he passed him?
Yes,
he
passed
has.
the Macan.
Looks like he's in front there. Javed Wahab with a time of 14.7 seconds. Ramika with a time of 16.18 seconds in the Porsche Macan. So there you have it. Macan versus Forester. Forester wins. First blood to the Subaru. Now we have another car that was that I believe won. This car won last time in the hands of Janith. The Range Rover SVR. It's now, I believe, with his. It's now with Sanuth, but last year it won this category with Janith, who is now running the Evo in the Pro Drag class. So this is going to be a walkover. He would have set the fastest time yesterday. 3 competitors in this category. The Truck and Jeep Open class. Listen to that. Listen to it sing. The SVRs of this model are something else. Just being able to get down the strip with that much weight requires so much power. Right, with a time of 13.7 seconds. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back soon, live streaming on Pit Pass and on the Papare TV.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Right, we are back. And if you're just rejoining us from our commercial break, you'll have missed out on just one race. I think that was Ishraq Wahab versus Wahab versus Darren in the Subaru versus Evo. Darren was the victor in that. Unfortunate for Ishraq in the Safari WRX. So we are now in the Pro Street 2500cc turbo category. So these cars have a limit of up to a 55mm turbo. So Pro Street, is the name implies, a little bit not quite pro drag. These are cars that can technically still be driven on the street. As we have Ashan, so this is I believe Dushan Silva in car number 131. That is Ashan Silva's SLGT car on the right hand side, and then we have Lahu on the left hand side. So Lahu crosses the line with a time of 12.2, Dushan very close, in second there. So Lahu in the Subaru STI 9 through to the next round. And if you're just tuned in, this is, of course, the 2025 Worth Drag Wars, the first round of a 3-round championship, and it's an exciting re-addition to Sri Lanka's motorsports calendar. We had an event last year, but this year we're back with a championship, and that's going to be exciting. That means that the results today are just, well, it's a third of the story, really, because even if you don't do so well this time, there's still a shot at the championship with the next 2 rounds coming up, and I believe the next round will be tentatively held in June as we wait for the next few cars to line up. Right, so if you're just joining us, if you're just joining the stream, if you're just tuning in on Papare TV, then let's give you a little bit of background about some of the changes that have been made to the drags this time around. We have a new light tree system which has been set up. So previously at the drags we had something called staging. You were able to do a shallow stage or a deep stage. So a deep stage would allow you to roll your car forward just a little bit before the beam. There would be an infrared beam placed at the start line. So the key is not to cross that beam before the race, so before the lights start, before the green light is shown. If you do that, then it's an automatic disqualification. Now, you could be a bit strategic with the way you positioned your car, whether your car was front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive, whether you were able to have, whether the car had a long overhang or a very short front overhang. If you had a short front overhang, maybe you'd want to stage it a little bit further back so that as soon as you release the clutch, you can actually release the clutch maybe on the second or third yellow light, so you get a little bit of wheel spin and it gets carried forward into the race and you get a better time. Basically you get a better launch. But interestingly, this time we don't have that. So if your car moves forward or back on the start line, you will get a 60-second time penalty added. You won't get disqualified, but you will get a 60-second penalty. So you'll still be classified. All results will be classified. There are no DQs today, unless of course you don't show up to the start line when you're asked to. But it's a little bit different, whereas we don't have staging anymore, so you have to be extra precise and get your timing right. Between each light, you have 3 yellow lights in the Christmas tree, as you call it, before the green light, and the time between each light is 0.5 seconds. So it's all about reaction time today. And that's one of the main things that we'll be focusing on as we wait for the next few cars to line up. And of course, not forgetting our sponsors as well. Of course, none of this capable without the Colombo Racing Club, supported ably by the Southernmost Sports Club and FMSSL. And of course, we're also supported by any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus. Don't just drive, dominate the road, unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further, faster.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
Right, welcome back, and right now we have the BMW 3 Series Active Hybrid versus Raho in the Suzuki Swift Sport Turbo, and this is going to be a very close battle right now. Kasun Samarakun with a time of 13.6 seconds beating Raho in the Suzuki Swift Turbo. That was a close one. Right now, lining up is Liam Modder in the Porsche Cayman. Some very humorous stickers, if you can just make them out on the stream. You're the Moddermobile on the side, GT 718 RS. No, that's not actually a model number. And of course, the humorous Subaru stickers there as well. So there's a walkover for Liam as he heads down the line in that rear-wheel drive 2-liter turbo Porsche Cayman. Crosses the line with a time of 13 seconds. Right now we have some more two incredible beasts. So there you have the Toyota Altezza of Sachit Siramana running the 3SGE versus the Honda Civic Type R. So the Honda Civic Type R, the FK series, piloted by Krishan Sinaratna, the first turbo of that Honda produced, first turbo Type R rather. First turbocharged Type R up against the 3SGE powered Toyota Altezza. And I was talking to the Altezza owner just before the race. It's running this similar power to his friend's Laurel, 389 wheel horsepower. But interestingly, that car is running on methanol. It's running methanol injection. So expect an extra turn of speed there. The front-wheel drive Honda Civic Type R not making a bad start there, pretty good, but the Altezza is just a little bit in the lead as we cut to the finish line cam, and we'll have to wait and see who crosses the line first. That was, of course, Sachit Siramana in the Altezza, and we have the Nissan Laurel now. Now, all these cars are taking part in the Pro Drag 2-wheel drive category, with the Nissan Laurel of Aravinda Pereira up against Rushan in the Toyota Starlet there. So he's putting down 389 wheel horsepower estimated from Aravinda there. Rear wheel drive versus front wheel drive. Lightweight versus heavyweight. Now interestingly, these are specifically drift Laurel in particular is more of a drift car than a track car. Will it do well on the very close, but I think Oshan in the starlet just managed to pick the very fast at the end. Take you further and faster. Any iRide Moto Experience Plus. Call us on 77-193-7173 or visit enisrilanka.lk for more information and availability today. That's enisrilanka.lk for more information and availability.
And if there is anyone that can launch a car, and that would be Ravi.
You've really set up now. I hope he's not listening to this. But that's great to see. So I think number 12 is going to get the walkover from the show Auto Works there. Car number 12 is H. Dushanta in the Glanza V. Look like we're just ready. We're just waiting for Ravi also to get lined up. Okay, so this is going to be walkover. This is going to be a race. So this will be another knockout stage. The winner of this will get put through to the finals, or to the next round, rather, depending on how many cars are in the category. So we have 15 cars in that category. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Sure. So I believe semi-finals and then the these for this category.
Sam, if you were picking one car from the two here, which one would you pick? Glanza or Starlet?
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I'll say whichever one wins this race. And we're about to find out because the drivers have been told to look at the lights. Lights illuminate, lights go out. 0.5 seconds between each one.
And
much better launch from Ravin. Wow! Good job. Good. Ravi that with the time of 50.6 seconds. Still waiting. Okay. 18 seconds. So I think maybe didn't see the light. So wasn't able to get the car of a second there. Incredible. Right, now we have Tilina Prasad and Sachintha Jayasekara. Better launch there from Sachintha. He's got into an early lead. But it's still all to play for. There's so many things that can happen during this straight. You've got to change the gears. You're at least doing 2 to 3 gear changes on this 400-meter straight. But there we go. In the bag for Sachin there.
With a 16.8.
Very good, sir. Very good time. Brilliant time. Right. Next we have Prameen Shamal and
Rayan Chamba.
Rayan Chamba. So Rayan on the right side of the screen. Both cars lining up. These two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, turbocharged cars. Again, another very close match. Lots of wheel spin from both of them, but just enough to get off the line. It looks like one of the cars has started to slow down, though, halfway. Looks like the car on the right of Ryan just lost a little bit of momentum towards the end. So there you go. Right. Right, and now we have what I believe is another walkover. Umar Shafiq. And he's taking part in True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. So this is restricted to a 50mm turbo. And a walkover for Bimsara, sorry, that's Bimsara Madhushankar. And that's a easy way to get through to the next round. So we are now in True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo category. There's 18 cars in this category. And we have some interesting cars lined up right now. Okay, right now we have a name we all know, my co-presenter back on a YouTube series that we used to do, Ishraq Wahab, in the Subaru Impreza Safari. Now this, interestingly, is one of the last cars to win a gravel event. This very car was one of the last cars to win a gravel event at the hands of Ishraq. One of the last Subarus, rather, to win a gravel event. So it's a walkover for him, as he seems to slow down towards the end of the finish line. But he knows it's just a walkover for him. Yeah, he really slows down towards the end. So I wonder if there's a problem with the car, if he was just going quite easy. 21 seconds is quite slow for a car of that caliber. But yeah, that was an original. It is a Type R, a two-door Type R Subaru that differentiates it from the rest. And yeah, great car with great racing pedigree. And of course, he's now transformed it with those safari lights on the windows. Car that is very, very popular on social media. Right now, what do we have? We have car number 72. And that is
Kapila Gigan again.
Kapila Gigan makes a little bit of a stall. He stalled on the start line. That's okay if it's just a walkover for him. But he seems to be having some trouble getting it restarted. Okay, now it's restarted. And yep, the start line marshal there just telling him to go down. It's fine. Yep. Unfortunately, the way this is run, he won't get the second chance. He does a little bit of a practice start just for the sake of it, just to see, maybe get a little bit more confidence, you know, what went wrong. Because as soon as you do lose it on the start like that, you start to wonder, okay, did something go wrong with the car? Was it me? So I think that was just for his own sake. But yeah, that time is going to be quite slow time, 37 seconds as you'd expect. He stalled on start there. But I mean, it is a walkover, so he won't have to worry too much about that. He'll still get through to the next round. So again, once again, walkovers happen. So trees have been formed. When I say trees, it's the way these cars have been matched since qualifying. And another walkover. So he's been told to look at the lights. This is car number 74, Mitsubishi Evo 4 of Tharminder. Tharminder Katukurunda. Tamindu heading down to the start line with a time of 14.17 seconds.
And now we have an age-old battle. Mitsubishi's Evo versus Subaru's STI.
What happened there, Remy?
Surat stalled at the start. It's always tricky getting Subaru to launch off the line.
I think you have some experience with that as well, right?
And we have Vinod crossing the line at 30.4 and Surat the 18.2 with the box down.
A bit of a disappointment there, but I mean, Evo won it, so if you're supporting Evos at this meet, then you'll be happy about that. But I mean, it's always sad to see a competitor lose it at the start line, right? But I mean, that's what I said. Anything can go wrong, anything can happen, and a lot of it comes because it's unlike a circuit race, for example, where okay, if you mess up the start, you have maybe 3 or 4 laps to get it right, to make up for it, even if you know you're fast. But in this case, it's all on that one moment, and in a knockout round like this, you cannot afford to mess up.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Subaru Legacy B4 lining up on the start line. Right, so we have the Subaru B4, Legacy B4 of Rashith Caldera lining up, car number 63. Interesting paint job on that. Must be a custom color. Very nice green with the black front fenders, black wheels. And he's lining up. So Legacy, sort of forgotten hero when it comes to turbocharged, fast Subarus. And it's set so. Don't know if that's automatic because there was absolutely no wheel spin. It was almost like the perfect launch in that regard. Right, and now we have Shakti Vikramanayaka setting off in the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. Of course, it's limited to 50mm turbos. He's got another walkover for himself as he heads down the finish line with a time of 13.6 seconds. Now we have Harshula. Mr. Harshula lining up. Harshula Damadasa in the Subaru GC8. Good friend of mine, someone we helped train on the track Now, he asked me, he told me to mention that, and I said if I mention that, he's gonna miss a gear as soon as he launches. So let's see if that comes true. Hopefully not, but it is a walkover, so if you wanted to miss a gear, this is the time to do it. As we see the lights illuminate and the green lights go. Okay, he's very easy starts. Okay, so I have a feeling he is playing that very strategically. He knows it's a walkover, so he's probably just going to take it easy. That said, on the way down here, and look, the car is bogging and bouncing a little bit. So on the way down here, and did he just activate his hazard lights? He is literally crawling, so that's not just taking it easy, I don't think. Okay, so maybe the commentator's curse has struck. On the way down here, we did see him on the side of the road. Stopped and had a chat, and there's a bit of a misfire going on with that car, unfortunately. So hopefully, now he does have the advantage of that being a walkover. He can get back to the pits. If he can get that car back to the pits, he can have the mechanics, the team over 21 Garage, hopefully be able to have a look at that and solve whatever gremlin is there. Right, now we have car number 120. That should be the two-wheel drive class. So Raymond, tell us a little bit more about this car.
Well, this from outside, well, it's a starlet body, but it has a very special heart inside it. It's running a K20 from a Honda, so it's a 2-liter VTEC.
Oh, this is the legendary VTEC powered starlet, and there it goes. Wow. Well, it sounded just like a VTEC, and it goes like a VTEC. Does it look like a Honda VTEC? No, it doesn't. But does a respectable timing there. Brilliant show there. Incredible to see these kind of builds in Sri Lanka as well, right? It's not every day you'd have someone put a Honda engine in a Toyota. Right, now we have Ramesh Rajakulendran. Baby Milo, once again, lining up. Baby Milo is the name of the car, not Ramesh. Must get that clarified. But yeah. So the whole family of theirs races. You'll see his wife also taking part in the Toyota Vitz, as we have the start line marshals sweeping the track for this interesting race. Okay, right, this is going to be Zakir Wahab's Pandem Honda Civic, running, I believe, a B20 engine, up against a similarly engined Ramesh Rajakulendran in the 1600 B16 1600cc. Who will win this? Now, this battle is going to be important because both these cars are in contention for the win today. Zakir is setting a very fast time today. Who gets a better launch? I would say Zakir got the better launch there, but Ramesh's car should be lighter. It should be faster in a straight line. It is a race car where Zakir can comfortably drive his car home today, but who will be driving across the line first? It is Ramesh, just narrowly beating Zakir there. Huh? Well, that is an exciting race. Right, now we have another battle between, we have Jalal Wahab in his first ever race event, son of Javid Wahab in the Honda Accord Euro CO7 car, but the car on the left, Lakshan Pereira's car, much lighter, getting a little bit screwed, but he managed to get it across the line with a time of 15 seconds. But a good showing by Jalal Wahab there for someone who has done his first drag race. This is his first drag race and first ever race event. A real well done to him. Round of applause for him for pulling that off. Hopefully we'll see him again because that car is running in 2 categories, so I'm sure we'll see that car again. Of course, the only Honda Accord Euro in the country as well. As we take a look at some of the spectators, we have a huge turnout here today. The sun is shining. It's not too hot. There's no sign of rain yet. Last time It rained down at around 2-3 o'clock the last time we had the drag races, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. But let's see what happens now. Right, as we wait for the next few cars to line up, once again, huge shout out to the Sri Lanka Air Force and of course the Colombo Racing Club. And of course, the Birth Drag Wars 2025, the first of 3 rounds taking part. And we'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors. Of course, we have Any Lubricants. Don't just drive, dominate the road. Unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. Any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus. Call us on 77193-7173 or visit any Sri Lanka for more information and availability today. Right, so we wait now for our next few cars. So if you've never been to an event like this, it's not just as straightforward as launching your car and driving in a straight line, because you have to time your gear shifts right. You have to. It's not uncommon for people to miss gears because, you know, it's very, very tough. So you might sometimes miss a gear, you might sometimes mess up a launch, and other times your car might tune as a... I believe we have an award for the best tuner. So whoever wins this nominates their tuner, their garage, their mechanic, the whole team. It's a whole team sport that comes behind a single down to that. Away from the start line, Janith and Hiran there. Then we have the methanol injected Toyota Altezza making a some starlets. We have, of course, great competition. 15 starlets taking part today, and we have some of the turbo cars as well, the Subarus that we've already seen today. Right, now we wait for the next set of cars. I see the diesel cars lining up, so that is more or less the de facto BMW 1 Make series. It isn't. It's a 2-wheel drive diesel cars open, but it's only BMWs that they've entered. So we have 5 BMWs. We have 4 BMW F10 520Ds, probably one of the most popular car that we see on the tracks. And then we have an outlier, which is Javed Wahab of circuit rallycross fame and rally fame, who's entered his daily driver 7 Series, 730 ID. So all diesel cars, rear-wheel drive diesel cars coming up. And I believe they'll be lined up next as we just wait for the officials to clear the track, do a few safety checks. Safety, of course, is paramount in an event like this. And we will probably get these cars rolling in a little bit. Right, so we just had a little bit of a practice start from the 2 BMWs that are lined up. So we have, in this latest knockout round, we will have either Kasan Samarakun, Kavindu Abesekra, Vihanga Satasara, Meran Wickramasinghe or Javed Wahab lining up right now. So now we have car number 27. Car number 27 should be Meran Wickramasinghe. Now, interestingly, these cars, they might look stock, but they might be running some. These modern cars can be tuned on the fly. They can be tuned, of course, with specialist tuner equipment, but they can run different maps. What you see right now, they may look fairly stock, but they can be tuned, especially these diesel engines, to increase their power to levels beyond the manufacturer recommended specifications. But you know, we all like to get a little bit more power in our lives, right? So let's see, between these two cars lining up, Miran in car number 27 on the left, and car number 25, we have Katukurunda Racetrack. Both 520Ds. As they both set off on the line. A bit of wheel spin there from both cars. Who has got the better launch? It looks like they're pretty even from where I'm standing. I think Miran might have the slight advantage on the left-hand side. Let's see what the timings are at the finish line. No, it's Katukurunda. Katukurunda wins it. Katukurunda gets ahead, and he manages to win that class. So he's through to the next round. Commiserations for Miran Wickramasinghe. Right, and now we have Ajit lining up again. So his car is taking part in two categories. So this is either in the Pro Street two-wheel drive up to 1300cc, naturally aspirated class. Last year, Aditya did an impressive season in the gravel and the tarmac circuit. Did a few hill climbs, and the Cockmanley hill climb as well last month in this very car. Who will he be going up against as we wait for the second car to line up? Of course, it's interesting to have these minis as part of the event. It's great. There's also there's a mini one make series, which I believe this is also in, and of course, there's the Pro Street two-wheel drive up to 1300cc. And I believe this might be for the Pro Street two-wheel drive 2500cc. Before that, we have cars number 134, 125 lining up. Two starlets lining up. Car on the right just being asked to move back a little bit. If you inch forward too reverse. Now, one of the things we've seen once is someone years ago put it in reverse and take it out of reverse and into first, and ended up going backwards when the lights went out. So hopefully that doesn't happen here. I'm sure it hasn't. As we wait for the starters' orders. Right, so that is car number 25. Me in post 2 with 2060 category 50 seconds. On your left you have North Street, and on your right you should have it would be Sean Ganeshara. So both cars lining up, both cars launch. Vinod gets the better start though. There's a lot of wheel spin from Sean's car on the right, but both cars are flying down the line, bouncing around. The drivers struggling to keep them in a straight line. Bit of a wiggle on the right. It looked like at the line, although the timing aren't on the screen for me right now, but it looked like on the line that Sean spotted car number 121 would have won that versus car number 125. Again, I must say we have to wait for the official results. We'll wait for the official results to come through, but it looked to me like Sean Starlet GT won that in the Pro Street 2-wheel drive up to 1600cc turbo class. Right now we have once again
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Worth Drag Wars Round 1 of a 3-round championship. Now, we have Hiran Kavidikala lining up on the start line with the Subaru STI 10. Raymond, can you give us a little bit of more information about that Subaru that is going up again?
So the car is driven by Sohan. And
in the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive class.
So currently it's the highest horsepower street Subaru. Makes 601 horsepower at the wheels.
Incredible. And then here runs car, of course, the Evo 7 with a full fiber body from an Evo 9. He's running the Precision Turbo. And of course, it's a stalwart of the drag races. I mean, it's won many a drag. It is a purpose-built car as well. So it's going to be interesting. Again, like you said, Subaru versus Mitsubishi. Who's going to win this? Both drivers are taught to line up. They look to the lights. The lights illuminate. And they're gone. Brilliant launch there. Close to the line there. I think 9.87 seconds for Hiran Kevadigala. Sohan 11.6 seconds. So Hiran winning that round. But literally for the paddock and you want to see a battle for ages, then now is the time to make your way to the start line, because this is a battle you don't want to miss. It is, of course, Janith. Janith provisionally, unofficially set one of the fastest times we've ever seen in Sri Lankan drag racing yesterday with an 8.5 seconds. Again, not an official time. And then we have the Subaru
owned by Isira.
So Isira's car, again, running the same sort of turbo setup as Hiran, if I'm not mistaken. A precision turbo, is it?
Yes, it's a precision turbo.
Yeah, well.
So it runs a 70mm turbo, and it's running also an IAG 2.5 liter 1050 block. And it's also got...
So it looks like Isira is on the start line. So it looks like he's going to have a walkover. So yes, Isira does a walkover. So we won't get the Subaru versus Legacy, Subaru versus Mitsubishi battle there. But we do get a 10.64 second time from Isira. That's an incredible time for a car that is very new to the scene as well, right?
Of course, Sam. And that's all a lot to do with also the sequential gearbox. And you can hear the pops and bangs so instant. That's all because of this sequential gearbox.
Amazing. Amazing, man. Equally amazing is the next car that's going to go up. That's Janith's car. That's the car that everyone seems to be talking about this weekend. But it's not been without drama for Janith. I was told that he's running a slightly smaller turbo than he intended to. I think on practice the turbo let go, so they've had to fit a smaller turbo. If you remember last time also, the engine blew on the practice day, so practice seems to be where things start to go wrong, and you know, that's what happens when you run these cars to the absolute limit. Speaking of absolute limit, Janith looks to the light. He gets a great launch there, and a really good launch. Now, is this going to be a faster time than yesterday? 8.5 seconds to beat. No, 10.017 seconds for Janith. So there's still time in the day. And that was a walkover. Less pressure on him. But I have a feeling he wants to set that record. He wants to, now that he's done that 8.5 in practice yesterday, he'll want that officially on the board, right? To be the fastest drag racer in Sri Lanka. Right, so as we have a small break, once again, a huge thank you to the see some of the motorcycle riders getting ready. Of course, this meet being organized in association with FMSSL, the motorcycle, and we have the Southernmost Sports Club as well, assisting with their marshals. Huge thank you to all the marshals here, taking time out. Any lubricants, don't just drive, dominate the road. Unleash unmatched performance with engine oil. Or visit any Sri Lanka.com. ENI Sri Lanka. For more information and availability.
Well, Sam, what do you think we see on the screen?
I mean, this guy's got the right idea. We don't even have a fan. I mean, we having to wait in the hot sun with your with all the helm, with your helmet on, all your race paraphernalia. But yeah, good to see, everyone enjoying how as soon if the heavens were to open, then it becomes really dicey and when you want two wheels. It's lining up now, and we'll get those images.
Sam, I have always admired when at drags to see bikes take off. As you mentioned earlier, it takes a lot of skill for them, and I've always wondered why do these riders always put their legs down when they take off? Since you have a lot of experience with bikes.
I don't have a lot of experience in bikes. If I had more experience in bikes, I'd be out there running today. But yeah,
what do you think they would?
It's a bit of balance, I think. It's good to get a bit of balance off the line, because I mean that's the trickiest part, right? You've got to slip the clutch exactly right, because I mean if you don't, there's one thing you don't want is wheel spin. Wheel spin is just going to bog you down. So yeah, and of course you do have the potential to wheelie, as just demonstrated there by Hassan Fayez. Hassan Fayez there on the CBR, coming in second in that event, and I think we have another walk over here. Nope, we have two bikes lining up. And the Honda CBRs. Sabir on the left, making a much better getaway. Sabir on the BMW S1000RR, managing to beat the Honda CBR there. Right, we have Pernika Prasad and Hamadhun Nazir. Pernika Prasad on a BMW M1000RR. And Hamad Hun on the Honda CBR. So BMW versus Honda. Hamad got a much better launch there. Managed to keep the front wheel down, as you were saying, and manages to come with a time. Well, the timing wasn't displayed, but looked like Hamad managed to comfortably win that race. Next we have Shriyantha Anuradha on the Honda CBR 1000RR and Disanka Suwan on a Yamaha YZF R1. Honda versus Yamaha. It's almost like Subaru versus Mitsubishi for us in the cars. But yeah, Honda versus Yamaha on track. CBR 1000 versus the R1. They watch the lights illuminate, the lights go out, and neither bike goes off the line, so it looks like a little bit of a jump start. So let's see what's happened. The start marshal just pushing the bike on the left, the CBR back just a little bit, bringing him forward, making sure that he's exactly on the line, because this new timing equipment we have is very sensitive. Like, you move a millimeter front or back, it will record jump start. Okay, so we have a start again. Lights illuminate, lights go out. Both bikes get a much better start for the Honda CBR on the left. The front wheel once again raised for that Yamaha R1. He crosses the line with a time of 10.8 seconds for Shriyantha. 10.8 seconds for Shriyantha. In second was the Yamaha R1 of Disanka Suwan. Right. Next up, to the line. The start marshals have to make sure these bikes, everything is so much more sensitive when you're on two wheels. Closest to us is the BMW. Hamadhun Nasir on the BMW. And Perna Kupsad again. Looked like the bike closest to us won that one. At a time of 10 seconds.
So Sam, since we're on a bit of a short break until the next bikes pull up, I just remembered these bikes actually share something very similar to what the cars have under their bonnets actually. So they've got the 4-cylinder engines.
Yep.
And also they've got something called the ECU. So
Yes.
these bikes, for them to run here, they have also been tuned just like how the cars are.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, tuning, no matter if you have an ECU, a carburetor, 2 wheels or 4 wheels, tuning goes a long way. And that's why these races aren't, I mean, yes, primarily it's a test of the driver, but also, I mean, you'll see, just look around you. If you're in the pits, look around you. You'll see so many teams here, so many brands being represented, so many garages being represented. It's as much of a win for the garage as it is the driver, because there's so much preparation that goes into preparing all these vehicles, and we've had over 200 entries today. It's an incredible turnout, and you know, it's great to see. I mean, it all contributes to the economy as well. There's a thriving economy for, you know, motorsports and aftermarket parts, aftermarket tuning, and it's great to see, you know, the cottage industry around tuning cars, tuning bikes, and improving them, looking for sport like this thriving. Right, we're going to go on a quick break as we wait for the next few cars and bikes to come around. Stay tuned and we'll be back shortly. This is the 2025 Worth Katukurunda Drag Wars Round 1.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game. With the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට. අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකයේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකයේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. With the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකයේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින
With the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක්මනක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීය ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේ එකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Welcome back to the 2025 Drag Wars, the Worth Drag Wars, the first round of a 3-round championship that we're having here at Katukurunda. Right, so while we wait for the officials to finish their lunch break, I want to introduce you to a friend of ours. It is, of course, Yevan David. Yevan is just outside, and this is his first drag race. Right, so, Yevan, hi, how are you?
I'm very good today, Sam. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So this is the first time that you've come for a drag race, right? Not your first time at Katukurunda, but the first time you've come for a drag. What are your thoughts on this?
So far, so good. I'm loving the bikes and the cars, you know, like the reason it's not just cars, it's quite nice. So I've been watching a lot of MotoGP. I've been loving the bikes and really cool cars. The GTR was really cool for me, so enjoying it a lot.
So Yevan is someone, you're obviously someone who's come through the ranks in karting and is now taking part in the European circuit when it comes to Formula Europe and the Formula 3 as well, with the aim and ambition of getting to Formula 1, getting the first Sri Lankan flag on a Formula 1 podium, right? So what's your year looking like next year?
The plans are unannounced yet, and it will be announced very soon, but what's in store for us is definitely a next step on the journey to F1. So I'm very much looking forward to it, and thanks for everyone for being here, for all the support, and I'm really looking forward to enjoying a day here at Katukurunda.
Superb, superb. And now, when it comes to drag racing, very different from what you're used to, right? And one of the things we're talking about, right, is if you mess up the start in one of your races, you might be able to, you know, claw that back over the course of 10, 15, 20 laps. But this, you've just got 10, 15 seconds to do so, right? So it's I mean, the pressure is all on you at the start. So is that different to what you feel when you get into a car and, you know, when you get into a car and you have a race ahead of you, or do you think this is, you know, a different experience, maybe somewhat tougher just on that launch?
I'm sure it's very different, and it's actually quite incredible because, you know, a lot of people think drag racing is just the machines, you know, you're just going straight. Who has the most horsepower? But no, you've got to nail the start, you've got to nail every gear change, and it's quite demanding because, like you said, it's only 8 to 15 second stretch, and whereas my races are 30 minutes long. So even if I do mess up the start, I've got loads of time. But these guys have to be on point with their precision, on point with the car as well, and ultimately we see who comes out best. And that's what I love about drag racing. It's pure skill and pure machinery, which I love about it.
There you have it. Pure adrenaline coming here from Katukurunda. Well, Yavan, I wish you all the best. We'll come back to you maybe a little bit later, but for now, enjoy the rest of the day. Have a look at some of the amazing cars out here, and see you next time. Right, take care. That mighty little car plus be able to make it up towards the end. It's gaining, but I don't think it's enough. I think it might need another 200 meters. Yes, Ramesh Rajakulendran does it with a 14.3 second, and Imran comes home in second. So that's Ramesh through to the next round in this knockout stage. Right, and now we have Javed Wahab lining up his car. So this should be up to 1600 cc. And of course this orange beast here was built locally in Sri Lanka, modeled after a Caterham 7 or a Lotus 7. It is of course the Ram Slingshot. It's a walkover for Javed. Does a bit of a leisurely takeoff, running a Toyota 4AG engine. So he's doing a bit of a walkover, but looks to be a little bit of a slow run. Is the car coming to a stop? Looks like he's struggling to get it into gear, perhaps. Some problem, some technical difficulty. Now, the problem here is if he stops on the main straight, they're going to have to move that car off, because obviously it can't be left there. Yep, Javed Wahab definitely having some kind of problems. Already we're at 37, 38 seconds. Will he even be able to make it across the finish line? Now this will be interesting. If he doesn't make the finish line, will he be through to the next round? Because this is technically a walkover. We see the marshal running towards the car. Will they be able to get it across the finish line? 53 seconds so far. So very unfortunate there for Javed Wahab's Lotus 7 inspired creation. As the next two cars line up, but they won't be released until Javed's cleared off the track. Right, so this is Pro Street two-wheel drive, up to 1000 cc. We have Joel in the 5-door Nissan March, and we have one of 5 lady competitors here today, Emasha Rajakulendran, and of course she won this class as well last time out. So I think there's a little bit of a delay while we get Javed's car cleared off the finish line. Both cars are staged. So there's two white lights at the top. You can see the Christmas tree. It's known as the Christmas tree. With those, that's your starting lights. So if you're just joining us, the two white lights at the top means the cars are staged. What does staging mean? It means the cars are basically in position. So the sensors are monitoring the slightest bit of movement from the front tires. So as we see Javid's they're pushing the car across the finish line. It's a very unfortunate end for that car. Hopefully they'll be able to get it started for the next run. Have another drone shot. Javid has actually got out himself and is pushing the car. He'll be very, very disappointed with that. We'll hopefully get some marshals. He looks a little bit upset that he's had to do that all himself. No, thumbs up there. Thumbs up to the camera. But yeah, they'll need to get that car safely out of harm's way before we release the next few. Wonder what happened there. Did the engine let go? Did he lose the clutch? He had a decent start, but seemed to sort of bog down towards the end. Right. So, back to what we see on scene. Joe Sylvandan and Emasha, who is one of 5 lady competitors today, taking part this time in the Pro Street 2-wheel drive 1000cc naturally aspirated class. 5 competitors today, so we've already done 1 round of knockouts, so this should be the next round, and we'll soon find out who wins. And as I said, last year Emasha walked home with the trophy in this category. There's no separate ladies category, so here's a winner in her own right. And it's great to see more and more female competitors taking part. Right, so the 2 drivers have been told to look at the start line. The lights will be illuminated soon, and we'll see who goes first. Masha Rajakulendran, one of the few lady drivers taking part. We've had 5 drivers so far that have entered. And it's great to see more women in motorsport, whether it be karting, it makes so many more fresh faces in all forms of sport. I think the delay we're having right now is because Javid's car had to be pushed off at the end. So they want to make sure that that car is safely off the circuit, or at least towed back to the pit lane. Right, so as we wait for resumption in the racing, we'll wait for the starters' orders. We have a lady competitor lined up on the start line, and we also have some women racers in the form of Jordan, Manju, and Yasasi. So Jordan is part of the Iron Maidens team. Jordan, how are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
It's very hot. It's very hot, but there's a little bit of overcast, but I think we'd prefer this to the rain, right? Jordan, you started karting this year. You were part of Speedbay's Iron Maidens program. How is an event like this for you? It's a very different experience to go-karts, right?
I've actually always wanted to come to one of these events because there's so many talented drivers aside from the amazing cars. So it feels great, aside from the heat, but I probably wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. So I think the other girls speak the same as well.
Great, great. Now, Manju, you have taken part in 3 endurance races in the karting. Would you ever take part in a drag race like this?
If I get the chance, for sure.
That would be great. Great to have you here. And Yasasi, what do you think? There's a lady driver on the starting line right now in the form of Emasha, and she actually won the race last time out. How do you think she's championing women in motorsports?
It's really empowering, I think, and that's the word we stand for as well.
Great to see. Now I think the cars are lined up. The one car is staged on the right hand side. You can see that the right hand side stage light has come on. Both cars are now staged, so they will be soon told to look towards the lights. There are 3 amber lights, and then you get a green light. In between the lights is 0.5 seconds between each light being launched. So razor sharp reaction times are there, and Emasha has got the better start there. She's clearly in the lead. It's quite close in that first few 200 meters, but now the power of that race spec, race-tuned, hill climb winning Toyota Vitz manages to get her a time of 17.4 seconds versus Joel's 20.273 seconds. Right now we have Krishan. So these cars are all in the Pro Street two-wheel drive up to 1000cc category. This is a walkover for Krishan. So Krishan Jayasekara sets off on his own, and he will be comfortably through to the next round. Let's have a look at his timings. He crossed the line with a time of 17.330. Right, Ramian, what do we have lined up now?
Well, we have Rahul in the Swift Sport, and that's a 1.6 liter with a big Garrett turbo on it.
A massive Garrett turbo, right?
Yes.
And they're running the Pro Drag two-wheel drive category.
Correct, it's a Pro Drag two-wheel drive. So Rahul was telling me that this is a built 1.6 liter engine, but with a rebuilt standard gearbox, and this car is good for 300 wheel horsepower, so that's pretty good for front wheel drive.
Incredible.
And with a light chassis as the Swift Sport.
And just passing behind them on the start line was Javij's car being towed back by that Toyota Hilux. So hopefully, if he has any mechanics in his pit crew, I'm sure he does, he might be able to get that car to run again. Because I think he pushed it across the finish line without any outside help, so it should count. Right, now as the cars line up, take it away, Raymond. They've not been asked to start just yet. Rahul being told to move back just a little bit.
And let's not forget, Rahul is not running nitrous. So this is 300 wheel horsepower purely from the turbo.
That's incredible.
And 100 octane petrol.
And it's incredible to see how this car has been developed over the years through multiple owners as well. I remember Freeman was one of the first owners, right? And he he did the turbo conversion.
Yeah.
And then it's just been, the car has gone from strength to strength since then, right?
Of course.
But last time out, he didn't manage to get close to the podium, unfortunately, in this category, I don't think. So his chances, he'll be hoping for a better chance this time. I think there was some issue there. We see Clive telling him to do a little bit of a launch. Oh, slower reaction time there from Rahul, though.
Let's see if Rahul can catch up.
The Starlet was definitely in the lead.
And Rahul has...
He's managed to overtake him on track. Yes. And he's there just before. Okay, so then there you go. That's how close a race like this can be. Even if you lose it in the first couple of meters, you can. If your car is powerful enough and if your reactions through the next few gears are good enough, you can claw back a drag victory like that. So congratulations to Rahul for winning that category and getting through to the next round. Okay, so the clouds have come over a little bit, so a bit cooler conditions now. Now what do cooler conditions mean? Well, that could mean, potentially, that we have faster times, because cars obviously don't like, is not as dense. So the sun is sort of hiding behind the clouds now. It's got a little overcast. It doesn't look like it's going to rain. We really hope it doesn't rain, because that will upset proceedings. Especially for the cars that are running on slicks, they'll have to change over to grooved tires. But for now, let's focus on what's happening in front of us. Right now, we can see Imran Yaqub's 1300cc Kotus. And of course, a race car, a properly built and spec'd race car. A beautiful car, that is. So it's been racing. Imran has been racing that car since 2008. It's a Kotus TTI, and according to him, it's the fastest 1300cc production model. He's had 18 wins and 15 podiums as well. As we have a look at another veteran racer, which is Ajit Kirti in the Mini. And he'll be going up against Saman Kumar, another name, well-known name in the Mini community. So Saman versus Ajit Kirti. Both cars have been staged. They look at the lights. Ajit Kirti gets a little bit of a better launch, but that first and second gear change didn't seem to come through for him, and I think Saman is in the lead. Yes, he is. And it looks like Saman has got this unless he manages to miss another gear, but doesn't look like it. Looks like it's home and free for him, and Saman comes across the line with a time of 17.14 seconds, whereas Ajit Kirti comes home with a time of 17 seconds. Right. And as I said, there is Imran with that Suzuki Kotus, a lovely tribute to Kaushalya Samarasinha, a great influence on motorsports in Sri Lanka that sadly passed away a few years ago. Lovely to see his name still appearing on race cars, particularly this car, and of course his very own race car that is now being pioneered by Hiren Botiju at this very circuit just a few weeks ago, but in a circuit race, battling out with Ashan Silva throughout the race. Great to see his name live on like that. So, this car that you're looking at now has 18 wins in the drag races and 15 podiums. It's completely lightweight. It has a modified exhaust, ECU intake. It's running slicks, but the engine is relatively stock. That means the internals would be stock. And of course, tuned by Sabri Wahab. We see Imran Sabri Salam. We see Imran there, very animated, shaking hands with Andrew Choksi there, waiting for his competition to line up. Wonder what they're talking about. Race strategies, how the event is going, how the trees work, or who he's going to go up against. Well, we see Ajit Kirti lining up. And we see Imran Yaqub lining up. So the wind has picked up a little bit. This is, of course, the Katukurunda Air Force circuit, so wind might be a little bit of an issue. If there's a headwind, of course, times will be slower. If there's a tailwind, times might be faster. If there's a crosswind on the circuit, though, it might be very difficult for some of the lightweight cars. Now, these are two very lightweight cars. Imran just inches forward. Lights. Yep, Imran just inched forward there before the starting sequence. That's okay. Both cars pushed back a little bit. They have to be staged exactly, precisely. There's no such thing as crossing the beam this time, or there's no such thing as getting a DQ. But if you release the clutch before the lights go out, you'll get a 60-second penalty. And that should naturally mean that you're out of the race. The lights come on for both cars. Imran on the left, Ajit Kirti on the right. Ajit Kirti bogged down on the start, raised and then fell again, and then they raised again, and that's given Imran a huge opportunity there. And you can see from that lovely drone shot there that Imran is miles ahead. Unfortunate there for Ajit Kirti. Didn't manage to get that start right. But 15.9 seconds for Imran Yaqub, 18.3 seconds for Ajit. Right, now we move on to the next set of cars. Right, so we have car number 94, Imasha Radhakrishnan, and car number 98, Harish in the Toyota Starlet. 76, Imasha got the better start there and is already ahead, but it's close, it's close. You can see the Starlet is very, very close on Imasha's tail, very close. Not much in it. 17.3 for Amasha, 17.5 for Harish. So towards the end, that Starlet really managed to pick up. Amasha definitely got the better start, but it was enough for her to make it through to the next round. Right, so now in the True Street two-wheel drive 1000cc turbo category, we have two Auto K10 turbos lined up. Ramian, give us a little bit more background about these cars.
So I was speaking to the car on the left, that's the black with the white wheels, owned by Niranjan, and he was just having a chat yesterday about how his car is well sorted. So we need to see.
And Suraj Rajitha seems to be in the lead now.
Yep.
So that's going to be a bit of a disappointment for Niranjan. But great sportsmanship by both cars. Has something gone wrong with Niranjan?
It seems so.
It seems so. But do I see some white smoke at the end for the other car as well? At the end, as he crossed the line, I just thought I saw a little bit of white smoke there. So who knows what will happen now? But now we have another race. We have Mahen versus Praveen Veerasinghe.
So it's a 660 versus a 1000cc.
660 versus 1000cc. Both are turbocharged.
Mahen is in the lead.
Mahen is in the lead, but it's very close. Very close. Oh, so close. 16.5 seconds for Mahen there. Brilliant. Very close racing. But Mahen is through to the next round. Right, car number 35. That is the Suzuki Swift Sport of Neto Abhisekar. Going up against car number 31, which should be the Honda Civic of Shalitha Umesh. Very proud to drive a Civic there. Love the livery of both cars. And of course, that iconic Suzuki Motorsports livery when they did the Junior WRC series with these 1600 Suzuki Swift Sports. Now, the Swift seems to have got a better launch. You'd expect it to be a bit lighter, but is the Honda just a little bit more powerful? It's close, it's very close. Both cars are evenly matched. The Swift was in the lead, but has the Honda managed to close the gap? Not quite. Very, very close, but Neto managed to get a win in that category, but a valiant effort from both parties. Now we have car number 30, which is a Honda Civic EK2 run by Priyantha Atnayaka. If we don't get a second car lining up, this will be a walkover. So we'll just wait and see how the officials deal with this. It is a walkover indeed. Priyantha Atnayaka heading towards the finish line, and he's just going to take it easy. He doesn't want to stress his car too much. He doesn't want to stress the mechanicals, because this does take a lot of life out of a stock car, especially a car that hasn't been built. So a 19-second time for Priyantha there, but he knows that he's through to the next round. Right, now we have car number 29 versus car number 34. So that's Harish, who in the Suzuki Swift Sport, And Heshan De Silva in the EG8, the Honda Civic EG8. Both cars, street cars, both cars can be run on the street. Lots of wheel spin there from the Civic though. Very aggressive gear changes. Is that what he wants? It might be. It might just be. He seems to be in the lead by a fraction. It is very close, too close to call almost, but not quite. Heshan wins it with a time of 17.2 versus 17.3 for Harish. Amazingly close battle there. And now in the same category, we're watching the True Street two-wheel drive 1500cc naturally aspirated category. We have the Honda Civic EG of car number 41. Sorry, my mistake. This is the True Street two-wheel drive 1600cc category. And we have the Toyota AE92 going against the EG8. Toyota seemed to bog down there on launch, didn't get the launch he wanted, and it looks like he's given the win to the Honda. That's Madhushankar coming across the line with a time of 17.2 seconds. And he wins, and he's through to the next round there. Right now, the beautiful coupe, the model where Toyota changed from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive for the 11. So this is Chamodia Tilan in the Toyota AE91 Trueno. He'll be aligning up. Does he get a walkover? Lovely shape, that car. Iconic pop-up headlights. Feature I really miss from modern cars. Of course, safety regulations and aerodynamics play a part. But yeah, brilliant period of time that we had when we had cars like this, the Honda Prelude, Honda Integras, all with pop-up headlights. Of course, the Toyotas, Toyota MR2s, and of course the A86s. Right, so what's happening here? Been asked to move back a little bit as they sort out the timing. Malith, the start line marshal, a very experienced member of many clubs in the country. And today representing the Colombo Racing Club, CRC. Of course, this event wouldn't be possible without CRC, and of course the Southern Motorsports Club and FMSSL, the Motorcycle Federation of Sri Lanka. And this is actually the first motorsports event that we've had for the year, more or less. So hopefully an exciting year of racing for 2025. There will be 2 more rounds, making a total of 3 rounds for the Worth Drag Wars 2025. So even if you don't win today, there's still a chance of getting the overall drag championship as well. So that's something for all the competitors here to look forward to. So it's a walkover for the 11, or the Trueno rather, of Chamodia Tilan, as he heads down on a solitary run. Right, if you're just joining us, you might be wondering what walkover means. So walkover is when there's an odd number of cars in a category. So from qualifying yesterday, we would have got some cars would have been during qualifying there would have been some cars that that got the fastest times, and they will be given a walkover because they have no one to be paired to. So they get basically an extended practice run. So they are automatically through to the next round whenever you see a walkover. Another reason for a walkover could be if a competitor has a mechanical issue and can't make the start line when they're called, then they will also be awarded a walk. The car they're going up against will be awarded a walkover. So you automatically win that round and you're through to the next round. And now we move to the True Street two-wheel drive 2000cc naturally aspirated category, a category dominated by Hondas. Of the 6 entries, 5 of them are Hondas, and there was a BMW E30. I don't think I saw the BMW E30 run today though. I saw it in the pits, but I don't know whether it was able to run today. Or it might just be that it got a walkover and it didn't run earlier in the day. Anyway, right now we have a pretty interesting battle, an equally matched battle, because both of these cars that we're about to see now are running roughly the same engine blueprint. Both are running K22-litre Honda VTEC engines. These are, of course, ThePapares. So we're about to see on screen, once the cars are set, there we go, Gihan Senaviratne in the Honda Integra ThePapare. This is a DC5 model. Lovely, lovely car. One of my favorite front-wheel drive cars out there. Paired with another favorite of mine, which would be the FD2 ThePapare, which we'll see in a little bit as well. Interesting graphic, sonic graphic on the side there of Gihan Senaviratne's car. So these are front-wheel drive, roughly around 200 plus bhp, and of course that limited slip differential so that you can get the power down very easily. Also helps with the handling prowess, but we don't care about handling in this case. We want these cars going in a straight line and a straight line fast. So it'll be interesting to see which will be faster, this older DC5 Integra ThePapare or the similarly engined FD2 ThePapare. You'd naturally assume the FD2 ThePapare might be a little bit faster in terms, I mean, it's more modern, but then it's a tiny bit heavier also, right, Raymond?
Correct. As with drag racing, it comes down to power to weight.
Exactly. It's going to be fascinating, and also, I have a feeling driver reaction time will also play a part here, and just how you let out the clutch. There are multiple ways, like, obviously you don't want to get too much wheel spin, Raymond, especially in a front wheel drive car, because you'll see it will look fast. If you're in the car, you'll feel like a lot is going on, but in reality you're just staying in one place, right?
Correct. It'll look fast, it'll sound fast, but then you'll be cooking the tires.
Exactly, cooking the tires and going fast, going nowhere fast, let's put it that way. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these guys would have been practicing non-stop for starts like this, but the thing is, you can never practice for the amount of pressure that comes onto you when you're lined up with your competitor next to you. And have a look at the crowds. We have a huge amount of crowds all the way from the pits to down the start-finish straight. People are waiting and watching to see these two cars battle out each other. So yeah, the pressure is just increased, and there's a huge video. What you can't see is there's a video wall as well. So everyone is watching your every move as you go down the start-finish straight. As we see, okay, that's the reason for the delay. There's looks like a car has dropped oil, and the marshals have been deployed to clean it up, sweep it up. They've put some dust on there to soak up the oil. A huge shout. All these volunteers coming together to help us run this event flawlessly. It's been but yeah, I mean, it's not just the cars that you need to make sure that the track in the circuit is clear for, right? On involved, and that's also why, unlike events that we maybe ran 10, 12 years ago, there are no spectators kept close to the track, and I think that's another brilliant move made by the officials. There's plenty of runoff space, and even at the end of the start-finish straight, the way it's been designed and the way we're facing towards the, rather than facing the gooseneck, we're faced the other way. We used to race the other way. We used to race towards this end, which is the gooseneck. But yeah, now there's plenty more runoff at the end. So if you do mess up, I mean, interestingly, there was still a car last year after my run. My throttle stuck open, and I had to hit the kill switch, and I pulled over to the side. But even then, a car, I think he didn't realize he'd finished, so I didn't think he saw the finish line, and he came careering down and went into the grass and missed me by inches.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is a really dangerous sport. That's why you would have seen there was a delay when Javid's car was also stuck on the track. You need to get it all the way off, because it can be risky. Someone can lose their brakes, or you can misjudge your point. I mean, honestly, when you're going down the straight, it's over within a few seconds, and you don't have time to think. So if this is your first event, you might not see where the finish line is. You might not recognize it, because you're thinking about so much. You're thinking about the car next to you, whether he's winning or losing. You might be thinking about your next gear change, and it's very easy to miss the finish point.
For sure.
Especially if you're a novice.
And there's a lot going on in your mind. I mean, one thing is your body's full pumped up with adrenaline.
Exactly.
And you're focusing on the gear changes, the throttle, and also the distance.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's also interesting to see several cars running parachutes as well. 3 cars, I believe, running parachutes. That's the STI 9.
STI 9.
Hiran's Evo 7 and the Evo 9 of Jan.
Correct.
So yeah, so another development, a nice development in Sri Lankan drag was, and yeah, when you're setting times of 9-8 seconds, I think that's the next.
That's a mandatory. I mean,
exactly. You want to have that just for that extra bit of safety.
Yes, correct.
And we get this beautiful drone shot right now, so you can see all the cars lined up. So as soon as we get the go-ahead, we'll be racing again very shortly. But like I said, these kind of breaks are required to make sure that everyone's safety is kept paramount.
Also, Sam, the crowd's patience is something to be commended for.
Oh yeah.
Because after all, it's the crowd. The crowds are the ones that make these things possible. Without the crowds, none of this would be possible.
Give a bit of a shout out. Sponsor. One of our many .lk and availability today. That's Sri Lanka. Put in.
Correct.
Okay. So in the and his car stage, you can see that from the first light on the right hand side of that Christmas tree. And now the start line marshal will Honda Integra DC5 Type R to edge just that little bit forward until you can see there the Christmas tree rather lights. There you go. The light comes on your stage. That means the car is in the perfect position, and you cannot move forwards or backwards once the light sequence starts. Once the light sequence starts, until you see that green light, that car cannot move an inch. That's the new system that is being put in place for this year's championship. Bit different from what we've seen before. As the lights go out, the Integra gets a better launch, definitely gets a better launch. Will the FD2 Type R be able to keep up? Really be able to catch it? I don't think so. There was like half a second difference in those two launches. I saw the FD2 Type R. And that is Gihan Senaratne through to the next round in his Honda Integra DC5. Now, Raymond, who do we have lining up now?
We have Zakir Wab in his EG Hatch, which is also a crowd favorite.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Oh yeah. You should have seen the crowd. There was a car meet at Havelock City late last year.
Correct.
I think that's when this car was sort of revealed.
Yep.
And the amount of buzz it generated on social media was quite impressive. I don't think I've seen that for many cars. But actually the Wahab family they have some great cars that they're able to do that with as well. Huge proponents of motorsport. Great to see them, and great to see cars like this taking part in events like this. So he's got to walk over. So Zakir is going to take it a little bit easy. But yeah, there you go.
And as you were saying earlier, Sam, when it comes to the Wab family, they have been known for when it comes to their level of detail. Their cars, each time they build a new car, they always make sure that every minute detail is touched. And that's why you got to appreciate all their builds.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, now we have Angelo in the Ford Escort Mark II. So this Mark II is running a 1300cc cross-flow engine. Got a Weber 3236 downdraft coupled with a close ratio gearbox, a 4-into-1 exhaust, and it's got an LSD as well. Of course, both these cars are rear-wheel drive. They're in the 1300 to 1500cc rear-wheel drive class. And up next against him is the Toyota Carina. The Toyota Carina of Christopher Ranasinghe. So two amazing rear-wheel drive legends, both legends in their own right. Carinas can be a potent drift weapon as well. Fairly accessible and an easy chassis to modify, and of course they're rear-wheel drive.
And what if I do remember right, a few of the Hashiroko or the A86 parts can be retrofitted into
exactly.
Like the engines, the diffs, the gearboxes.
Yeah, so a lot of potential there. Interesting to see. So I know Angelo has put a lot of time and effort into this 1300cc cross-flow Escort build. So Japan versus the Great Britain. Japan gets a bit of a better launch, but the second phase seems to favor Angelo. 1300cc versus 1500cc.
I I don't think the Brits can catch up.
Nope, looks like I think something went wrong halfway through. He just lost it. Yeah, look how slow he is across the line. I think the yep, whoa. First blood to the Japanese there. Right, 2 more Japanese legends lining up. Wagons. I love a wagon. As you know, as you well know. I really miss.
Who doesn't love a wagon?
I know. Well, a lot of people. The market especially doesn't like wagon. The local Sri Lankan market doesn't like wagons.
That needs to change.
Because of the association with hearses. But these are far from hearses. These are Mitsubishi Lancer and of course Toyota Corolla going head
Sam,
to head.
let's not forget there was a time when Sri Lanka did love their wagons, and that's why these older generation cars are still around.
Absolutely. Back when they had
big families.
Exactly, big families, and back when hearses were actual like American cars. Right, enough about hearses. We have the Mitsubishi Lancer versus the Toyota Corolla. Dinesh Disanayaka in the Lancer, and in the KU72 we have Tanuja Wanirachi. Very equal start, but I think Tanuja on the left-hand side, yes, he has had a better launch, has had a better start. It's going to be close, but not close enough for Dinesh. Believe that wagon should be a 1400cc as it crosses the line, both across the line. Right, now we have... Now, what you couldn't see on the broadcast is a huge smoky burnout done by car number 81. You probably wouldn't expect a Mitsubishi Lancer A72 of Arvind Pereira's to be able to do that. Unfortunately, he's dropped it. He's dropped it at the line. He didn't get a good start. But will that power be able to keep up with the Nissan pickup truck on the right-hand side? You can see the Nissan is ahead. You can also see that the Lancer appears to be the faster car, but because of the launch, Binoy Diawis gets the place. Unfortunately for Aravinda De Silva, I think he had the faster car there, but he wasn't able to launch it right. Right, now, True Street, two-wheel drive diesel cars. Javid in the much heavier 7 Series versus the F10 5 Series. This will be another interesting one. Kavindu Abeseka in the BMW 520 FD and F10. Both cars make a bit of wheel spin there from both cars. Both of these cars take part in the diesel class, of course. Looks to be incredibly matched. I think Javid's got it. It's too close to call it. Very close to call. Javid. 15.9 seconds versus 16.159 seconds of Kavindu's car. So the larger 7 Series, obviously with a bit more power, but of course with a lot more weight, just manages to get it on the line. Well done to him. Right, now we come to the hybrid class. This will be car number 3 of Johan de Zoyse in the Honda Fit. Versus Hasib Fayez in the CRZ. Now, the CRZ is a manual transmission, one of the only manual hybrid cars that was offered. It should have been way more popular than it actually is. Unfortunately, not a model that was very popular with Honda, but you can see that manual gearbox makes all the difference. 17.27 seconds for Hasib. Jahan in the Honda Fit comes in second. Now this is going to be interesting. Germany versus Britain. The Porsche Macan. You'd assume it's the lighter car with a 2-liter turbo engine, but you have the SVR of the Range Rover on the left-hand side. And I can tell you now that has a lot of power. The the special vehicle division of Land Rover, they go all out, even though it's heavy and complicated. So there you go, the better start has been got by the Porsche Macan, but that's quickly overhauled by the outright power and torque of Sanuth in the SVR Range Rover Sport. Yep, 13.8 seconds, quarter mile. I mean, for a car that big and that heavy, Ramian, it's crazy. It still boggles the mind.
We just got to witness double the capacity, double the cylinders.
Yeah, exactly. Right, now we have car number 132. Lining up. Katukurunda Racetrack in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. And he'll be going up against, well, he needs little introduction, Darren Racetrack in the Mitsubishi Evo 7. Darren is a favorite for this. He's already beat Ishraq. He gets the better launch. He gets a better launch. But did he jump the start? Did Darren jump the start? Hard to say. Both Darren crosses the line in first, but oh no. I think Darren jumped the start there because I saw the red light come on at the bottom of the Christmas tree. So if I'm not mistaken, Darren would get a 60-second penalty. So I would imagine Katukurunda would be through to the next round. That is the first upset of the day. Big upset.
So Sam, we have two very interesting cars. One's from Candy, which is the Subaru. If I remember right, this should be making around 500 odd horsepower, wheel horsepower. The other one is Manoj from Colombo, and he's always been the underdog.
Okay, that's interesting. What happened there? Okay. From where I was looking, both cars were staged, and one car went. Was that a small error with the timing, or because car number 133 has not been asked to leave? Usually, if it's a case of him just not getting the start right, if it was just a case of him not launching, he would just have been told to drive down. But no, he's been kept at the start line, so I think there may have been a slight issue with the lights there. So yeah, we'll get that Subaru back. Yep, he's been held at the start line, so there'll be a rerun of that race. So, I mean, what were you saying about the Subaru?
Yeah, we were focused on Manoj because he has a reputation of really. He's one of those guys that has managed to pull a 10-second on this track sometime back as well. But of course with a bit of weight reduction.
Yep, he is so up to 2,500 cc. High octane and BRJ devices branded Tesla. I think. And one thing, Ramian, that let's have a look as they line these two. Again, Mitsubishi versus Subaru once again. Usually we associate that rivalry with rallying, but today it's going to be all about the drags, all about straight line performance.
And you got to always love when you have a Subaru and an Evo without spoilers, without their rear spoilers.
It's a classy look. It's a very classy look. I like it. I like it. So Lahiru on the right, Manoj on the left. They're They're waiting. They've been told to look at the lights. A little bit of a delay. And I mean, I think this is actually worse than when you're on the line and you're being kept waiting. This is so much worse because you built up all that adrenaline.
Correct.
And you expect it to be released in the next 5-10 seconds.
Correct.
But all of a sudden, you're just sitting there and you're like a ball of elasticity. It's crazy. But all that elasticity is released. What a launch there from the Subaru.
Can the Subaru hold it?
Oh, that was very close
Is
for that
Manoj
dog.
catching up?
Thank
We'll have to
goodness.
find out soon.
Oh!
First one with Manoj ahead.
Manoj ahead, 12.002 seconds versus 12.1 seconds for Lahu. So the Mitsubishi won.
Yes.
Amazing. And
I'm sure the Subaru
amazing
boys
because
are
there was a
pretty sad today.
very sad. You are a Subaru boy, so you must be. You can speak for yourself. But no, that was incredible to see because the Evo on the left of Manoj definitely had a much worse launch and somehow is able to get up there. Right now, is this clip going to go viral, baby? And is this going to be another one of those viral clips? Which will win? We are now we're now into the territory of electrics versus petrol. So we have Madhu Ranasinghe in the Tesla Model 3 versus Vinod Sridharan in the Toyota Starlet. I have a feeling we had a Mustang versus Starlet battle before last time, and
That's true.
everyone expected the Mustang to win, but the Starlet won. Now, is this going to be the same thing? As we see an action replay of that dog. Thank goodness the dog managed to get across the track safely. That was close. That was very close, but good to see. An unfortunate aspect of these kind of races. Right, Madhu in the Tesla Model 3. You'd expect in the first 100 meters the Tesla to be faster, but it will all be about the remaining 300 meters, I think. Definitely off the line, the instant torque application of the Tesla and the fact, it's got so many computers within it, you'd expect it, if it has, it obviously has some kind of launch control, to win it in that first 100 meters. But after that, it could be anyone's guess, I think, because we already know Vinod's Starlet is a very, very fast creation. Now we're just going to have a small break. Looks like the start line marshal is just going to have a discussion with some of the officials. Right. Okay, we're all waiting for this. There's going to be one side of the track which is silent, and one track which is going to be pretty loud. Now, there's a bit of discussion happening on the start line. We'll wonder what's going on there. Marshals and officials wondering perhaps whether the start line needs a bit of a clean-up. Hard to tell at this point. Pointing to the ground. So let's see what happens. I believe, nope, they've been told to look at the lights. So this is going to be very interesting to see. Better start there, but he jumped the start. Vinod jumped the start. So very unfortunate there. Vinod launched before the lights went out. The red light came on the system. And the Tesla Model 3 has won that one by default there. Right, up
Sam,
next.
the next race is quite interesting. We've got a Porsche Cayman, a Porsche
Porsche 718.
718 against a very interesting car.
Oh yes, a drift car.
A drift car, the Altezza, and the owner wanted me to tell us that he's just going to go sideways down the strip.
Oh no, Liam jumped the start. Liam jumped the start. The Cayman jumped the start. The red light came on at the bottom. He moved just a fraction He moved as soon as the lights came on. He came in and won that. Liam would have won that easily. That was a very poor start from the Altezza, but as you were saying, it's a drift car. It's
It's
not
a car
drag
built for sideways, to go
Exactly. The
sideways.
car built to go sideways. It went sideways off the line. But have a look. Look at the replay. He just Liam. What happened there? I think that might have been launch control. He may have thought or assumed launch control was engaged, but it just wasn't. Right now, we have the active hybrid 3. Ramian, what can you tell us about this car? It's leading. What else can you tell us?
It's a 400 horsepower. It's a 335, so it's pretty fast.
Very fast.
13.46. And the owner was saying he's just only had it remapped and with downpipes. And from 330 odd horsepower to 400. I mean, power is very easy on the new BMWs. Am I right, sir?
Can be, but reliability is always a concern when you add power, especially with anything German, I think. I think anyone who's been through that will know the pain that a lot of these guys go through. But great to see cars like that being raced. Not people not building garage queens, but coming and bringing them to the races. Now, here are two cars which definitely don't fit the description of garage queen. We have Hiran Kivitigaala in a former drag winning Evo 7 with the Evo 9 fiber body all on it, and then we have another very, very powerful Subaru. Ramian, what can you
let's
tell
not
us?
forget Hiran's car setup is from 2018. So, and the car is still doing very well to this day.
Very well, and he even managed to set a high 9-second time earlier today, right?
That's correct.
So this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. We're looking at the start line marshal now. He's waiting for the okay from the officials who are handling the timing.
I can only imagine what's going through Hiran's head right now. I mean, so many years of experience, winning and running this trip for years. This should be like a walk in the park.
And again, this is what we're talking about. You know, when you get held at the line even for 30 seconds more than you anticipate, it just makes this so much harder. It gets it so much harder to get into gear, not literally but mentally. But yeah, and you can see there on the back of that Evo, you have a parachute there. He'll be deploying the parachute at the end of the run. Hopefully we manage to get a shot of that. Not sure if we'll get it, but I'd love to see that. But in the meantime, let's have a look at this Evo. So give us a bit more
Also,
info.
Sam, I think we need to also give a shout out to the guys in Kandy, because we have some really good cars coming in from Kandy, and especially the effort that they take to come from Kandy all the way into Colombo
for both days.
For both days, for qualifying and also for the final race. And it's just amazing to see this. The culture is really growing in Kandy, and that's something I think we should be really proud for.
Okay, a little bit of conversation happening. Is that Viren? Is that Viren on the start line? Yep, so Master Tuner, Master Racer, Viren Botaju just giving a last minute check for Hiran to make sure everything's okay. And then the car on the right. Of course, let's not forget Sahan Weerasinghe, estimated horsepower, about 600 horsepower.
That's correct, Sam.
An insane build as well, and it's pretty much a street car, right?
Street car and stock gearbox, stock differential. So these later model Subarus can take it, their drivetrain can take it, but it's just that the engine needs to be bulletproof, as it were.
Bulletproof, exactly.
Because you're talking about a flat 4,
EJ20?
unlike a inline 4 which comes on the Evolutions and various other cars.
And it's a lot more complicated. The way the plumbing of the turbos are designed, it's a lot more complicated to be able to get consistent and reliable power delivery with a Subaru engine. But once you get it,
you'll get it right. Yeah.
Once you get it right, it's very, very rewarding, right?
Of course.
I'm not going to say which I prefer, but what I will say is there's it's unmatched. The rumble from unequal length headers and a flat 4 engine. I think Sohan's getting a little bit impatient now. I don't blame him, but they're both being told to look at the lights, so both cars are staged. The lights come on.
The launch on that Subaru is amazing. Just look at it take off.
Launch is amazing, but I think Hiran has jumped the start.
Hiran has it on the top end.
Hiran has jumped the start. Hiran jumped the start. He's got it. He got it at the end, but here the red light came on, and it looks as if Hiran has jumped the start. My goodness.
It seems that way, Sam.
And the thing is, this is catching out some of the most experienced drivers because this is a new setup.
For sure.
You always want to launch on that last yellow.
Correct.
But if you launch on that last yellow now, because there's no deep or shallow staging, and because there's no physical beam, you can have a look at the replay. If we can get the replay one more time in a bit slower motion. Ah, what a shame. Well, that is a big upset for the day. There we go, another replay. Yeah, you just within few 10 milliseconds, he jumped the start. And that is what drag racing is, unfortunately for Hiran, but fortunately for Suhanta. Now, Hiran, even though he had a worse start, he managed to completely overhaul Suhanta's. But there's always this element of jump starts, and that's what makes it very interesting. Even if you're watching this at home and thinking your car can't possibly compete, I assure you, there's a category for you, and something like this could happen. And you never know. All of a sudden, there's a bit of an upset to the running. And now, we have Janith in what is universally thought to be one of the fastest Evos here today versus one of the fastest EVs. Pro Drag 4-wheel drive, Janith Vikramaratne versus Nishan Virasurian. Now, this, I think, will all be won in the first 200 meters. If Janith can't launch perfectly, that EV will take him in the first 200 meters. After that, it's all about the straight line speed, the momentum, the torque that Janith can build. And the way that internal combustion engines work, it's very different. They take a bit longer to spool up. They take a little bit longer to deploy the power. But with an EV, you're able to instantly put down that torque. The problem is, this is very different to a racetrack. The surface is different. All the launch control systems will have to go. And what happened there looks like a bit of a jump start. Not quite a jump start there. He's been asked by the marshal to return. So they're starting. So if you're wondering why that wasn't classified as a jump start, but Hiran's was, it's simply because the start light sequence hadn't started. There would have been some problem or some flicker of the light somewhere, and Nishan would have taken off in the EV, and he's been asked to return back. He'll be allowed to go again. He'll be allowed to do a second. He'll be allowed to rerun it because the start light sequence didn't start. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting. The Hyundai Ioniq. ...601 horsepower from the dual motor all-wheel drive setup for the Ioniq 5N there. But there's a lot of wheel horsepower in Janith's car. Both cars lining up. Janith and the EV very closely matched, but Janith has got it. Janith has got it, and the EV has been handed. There you go. When you're competing
with
10.2
from Nishan.
10.2. I mean, not a bad showing for a Hyundai. I mean, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we never thought we'd have a race so close between a Hyundai
We never
and
thought
an EV at that.
That's true, Sam. And we never thought a Hyundai will come with 600 horsepower.
Exactly. But great. It was really good to see. Great to see everyone taking part with different cars. I love the variety that's on offer today. That's what Drag Wars is all about. As we have a look at the replay, yep. So there is the Ioniq N coming in second. So he will be out. So unfortunate for Nishan, but he can have a nice drive home now. I believe he's not. Yeah, he will be knocked out for that. He's not entered on any other classes. But Janith comfortably through to the next round. Right. Road Drag 4-wheel drive. Isura getting ready on the start line. Now, I mean, for anyone who's just joined, can you give us a bit more background about this car?
So, this car runs a 2.5 liter IAG block from the US, built in the US, and it's got a X-shift sequential 6-speed gearbox. And Isra says that this car makes around 700 wheel horsepower without nitrous. So that's 700 wheel horsepower in Sri Lanka in a drag car from Subaru. And that's something I think Sri Lanka needs to be proud of. I mean, looks like Isra doesn't have the best of starts, but let's see how his top end goes. You can really hear the sequential kick.
Will we see that parachute deploy? Just cross the finish line. Unfortunately, we don't have an angle of that, but yep, he has. But yeah, that's an extended practice run for him, so he'll know. He'll be able to learn from that. He'll learn that bite point perhaps wasn't optimum for the track conditions. The track temperature has gone down a little bit because we've come with a bit of cloud cover now. But great to see. Right now we have the Starlet GT 1-make class. Charith Rajapaksa in the Glanza V. Sorry, Praveen Shamal in the Starlet GT on the right. And Ramesh Lakna on the car in the car on the left. And these cars are roughly equal in power and performance. All are running standard turbos. Starlet GT 1-make class. Always a very popular class at the drag races. So we're just waiting for starters orders now. And we'll soon find out which is faster. Now with these 1-make categories, with these true street categories, there's more onus on the driver because it's more down to reaction times, getting the right launch, all that. And both cars, bit of wheel spin there, but car on the left,
Ramesh Laknath is ahead.
Yep.
Crosses the line, 16.1 and Praveen at 16.4.
So Ramesh successfully through to the next round.
And now we have Ravin Senivaratna pulling up to the start line in his Starlet EP82 GT. Of course, Ravin is known as the launch king for Starlets, and I think any other car as well. So let's see how he does off the line now. And Ravin is up against Sachinta Jayasekara. Both cars are staged, and Ravin's ahead. Sachin to catch up. Let's see. Ravin seems to be ahead. Ravin crosses and it's a win. Two more Starlet GTs. Sanjay crosses the line at 14.8. Ashan at 17.2. Once again, we have Manoj staging up against. Manoj just gets the upper hand. He's off. Can the Subaru catch it? Manoj is still ahead. Manoj gets the win. There seems to be a delay on the track and safety car is out. So we'll let it just what happens. here we have here's some of the highlights from today's event. Some of the best launches, some of the best wins. We are just waiting for some of the cars to line up to the start line, and we can hear them getting ready to do their burnout so that they can warm up the tires before they make their way to the start line. now we are having the Pro Street 2-wheel drive 2-liter NA. And the start line we have Lakshan Pereira on the right. That's Lakshan Pereira in his Honda EK9. And this again is the Pro Street 2-wheel drive 2-liter class, normal aspirated. And he's been joined in by I think this is the Pro Street. I think this is Pro Street 2-wheel drive 2500cc NA. So we have Ravin Sengratne in the Stala GT by the K20 Honda engine against Lakshan Pereira. Lakshan in the head. Ravin seems to be not catching up. Ravin's caught up. Ravin's ahead of the Honda EK4. Stala GT with the Honda power takes the win. Now we have on the left Gumesh Rajakulendran in his Civic SIR. It seems that he's doing a walkover, so he's taking it easy. He doesn't have to push it too hard because it's only him. You can call it a leisure drive on a Sunday afternoon. And now I think from the looks of it, we have the big boys coming out to play. Janit in his drag Evo against Hiran Kevitigala in his drag Evo. Evo versus Evo. They are just warming up. Hiran's Janit warming his tires up, making sure he gets the best grip off the line when the light turns green.
Right, now we have Hiran Kevitikala up against Janith Vikramanayaka. So that is going to be, this is going to be an amazing battle between these two cars. Hiran, of course, a former champion on the drag circuit. And he's going against Janith Vikramanayaka. Both cars being lined up. Hiran, we know that car is capable of setting us up 10-second time. Equally, we know Janit's car can do the same. The question is, will they? Will they be able to get everything perfect? The launch perfect. Bit of smoke exiting car. Both cars jumping up and down, but Hiran, it has to be said, getting the worst of the two launches there. But now all eyes on the timing screens. 10.5 seconds for Janith, 11.63063 seconds for Hiran. I mean, it looked like Hiran car was just kangarooing away from the start line, right?
It was.
And it looks like one of the cars is out. It looks like there's a recovery that is being... it looks... Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can see a fire extinguisher being readied. Oh, my goodness, Janith's car. Janith's car is smoking. There's definitely something under the hood. The safety car is already on the scene with a fire extinguisher. As you can see, something happened with Hiran's car there. Okay, that was the parachute and the brakes. So Hiran locking up there by the looks of things. But Janith's car is on fire. Janith's car is on fire. And safety car is already there. Fire extinguishers are there. And we're seeing more marshals being dispatched to the scene. And the fire truck is on scene as well. But that is such a disappointment for Janith. There's absolutely no way he'll be able to continue in this competition. I'm not even aware who won. I think Janith won the race. But if there are any more rounds for him to take part in, he won't be able to take part in them. Because look at the fire. They're having to extinguish that fire. There's this fairly serious fire under the hood. They don't want to open the hood because that will obviously let more oxygen into the engine, and then it will be even worse to burn. But the other problem is these fire extinguishers are extremely corrosive as well. There's a lot of work that's going to have to go into this car once it gets back to the garage. They're even spraying it with foam. Drama. Absolute drama at the end, towards the end of our runs today, with what was considered by many to be the fastest car here. Water being sprayed as well. And we have a replay, so we're just going to go to that. So let's have a look. Now we saw smoke come from Hiran's car, but I think that was more of a lockup on his end because the parachute deployed. Okay, replay didn't really show much there. Let's see what we can do later. Now they're going to have to be very careful in opening that bonnet now. They just want to open it a little bit and then pour water and foam under the engine so that all the flames are out. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we go to the replay. So, Janith wins. Janith definitely wins, but at what cost, Ramian? At what cost? This
type of things are to be expected, Sam, when it comes to motor racing at this level.
It is.
And some cars we have systems in place to take care of this matter.
Absolutely.
So it's all about safety end of the day and making sure that the driver is safe.
No, the safety car was there within seconds. There were fire extinguishers within seconds, but look at the damage. All you can do is just have a look right now at that engine, and I'm pretty sure they'll want to close up that engine bay because they're giving away a lot of information over what is under the hood of that car. I'm sure, so much time, effort, and money has been put into this. I wouldn't be surprised if the figure was if it was a seven-figure number that has been spent on that car, and some more foam being deployed there as we cut back to the shot of the start line. But yeah, a very, very dramatic end to Janith's run there. Unfortunate. Some cars, of course, at this level also have a underhood fire suppression system. I'm not sure whether Janith was running that or not. So that, if he was, that would have saved the car from the initial fire, probably. But yeah, that's very, very unfortunate for them. But the main thing is the driver is safe. It's great to see that Janith is safe. But yeah, a fire right at the end there for Janith. Very disappointing for him. He won the race. He won the race against Hiran, but like we said, at what cost? A very, very disappointing day for him. But good to see the drivers safe. Good, as we see another replay of the finish. But great to see that the driver is safe. And we're going to go for a quick break. You've been watching the 2025 Worth Drag Wars, the first round of 3, and we'll be back in a little while.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sport. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sport. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the Elevate your array, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයේ විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Some scenes where in one of the knockout rounds for the open event, the both drag cars open, both cars broke down. One car caught fire, that would be Janith Wickramarakis, and Hiran Kevirikala also wasn't able to proceed. Both cars had to be towed back to the pits, and the winner was Isura in the Subaru WRX STI 10. STI 9 rather. So an event for few moments, and now as you join us we have the Legacy versus Ishraq Wahab in the Subaru Type R. It's a two-door Subaru STI, of course with the Type Safari branding, and he's already pulled a huge margin on that Legacy. So that would have been for the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. Now we have another Subaru Type R, Impreza Type R, of Harsha Dharmaratnas. So this car, the black car on your right-hand side, previously raced by Aravinda, and that's a jump start for the car on the left, the red car, for the Mitsubishi Evo. So jump start for him. So Harshla will win by default, although the red car crosses the line first. Harshla manages to take the win. Right, now we have car number 74, Mitsubishi Evo 4, piloted by Thamindu, and he will be going up against car number 73. Another Mitsubishi Evo, this time piloted by Shakti Vikramanaka. So from the outset they look fairly equally matched, only one of them can get through to the next round. So let's see what happens. This is of course the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. Lights go out. And they're away. Tamindu looks like he's got the edge. It's close, it's very close, but he just takes the line. 14.1 seconds for him, 14.39 seconds for Shakti there. So Tamindu next through to the next round. Right, car number 75. Evo 6 of Vinod Sridhar. You would have seen him in the Starlet earlier as well. And on the left we have car number 72. Mitsubishi Evo 9, piloted by Kapila Gingang. So you can see the two cars lining up. Marshall tells them whether to start. Car on the right, Kapila's car, goes a little bit earlier. And he has the win there. Vinod gets the win, 13.42 seconds to Kapila's 13.9.
Go.
back with some two-wheeled actions. We have Shranta Anuradha. First is Sabir Mimshad. 11 seconds for Shabir, but 10 seconds there for the bike on the right. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Worth Drag Wars first round of 3 rounds to be held this year. And of course, a big shout out to the Colombo Racing Club for organizing this and promoting this. Of course, the Southern Motorsports Club as well. As well as FMSSL. And of course our sponsors, Any Lubricants. Don't just drive, dominate the road. Unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. The Any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus. Call us on 77193-7173 or visit enisrilanka.lk. That's enisrilanka.lk for more information and availability today. Right, now we have the Harley Sportsters. And we have Rashmin Mahamudlige up against Irfan. Looks like Rashmin has the better start there. Bike number 202, the Harley Sportster versus Irfan in the Harley Iron 883. Right, so next up is the Bike Sports Touring Open. We have many KTM Super Dukes in this class. And we have bike number 215, Supun Siraj, about to line up. And we'll see who is alongside him. So at the start line we have two KTM Super Dukes lined up. One is Supun Siraj, bike number 215. We just wait for the cameras to come to the start line. Big wheelie there, done by the bike on the right hand side, Supun Siraj. I think, although it looks cool, you don't want to get that front wheel in the air, and there you go. Sashika with a time of 11.73 seconds, and according to this, Supun Siraj hasn't crossed the line yet. So we'll have a look at that later. But yeah, this is the Sports Touring Open. As we wait for the next couple of bikes to line up. So we have one walkover for Dakshika and Jayasinghe on the KTM Super Duke, bike number 210. And then we have the next bike lining up. Looks like another walkover from here. As one of the bikes is pushed away. It's told to wait a little bit for the next round, I think. And then now we have the BMW S1000 lining
along
up
with the Ducati V4. both in the best color ever, red.
Oh yeah. Especially that Ducati. So BMW versus Ducati. Who's going to win here?
Japan versus Italy.
Exactly. BMW S1000 RR on the right and the Ducati on the left. Waiting for starters' orders to look towards the lights. Bike number
They're staged up.
227. Sabir Bimshad on your right hand side. Riders being told to stand by. Both bikes staged. Lights go on and out. And it's a jump start for Shabir. Unfortunately for him, the red light comes on at the end. Sabir Bimshad.
Look at that gap.
And Lahiru Hansa manages to win that comfortably, even with the
10.7.
exactly 10.7 seconds.
Sabir at 11.7.
And Sabir also got a jump start as well. Unfortunate for him. But yeah, there you go. Now we wait for the next pairing. See a replay of what just went down. So Shriyanta Anuradha just winning that narrowly with a time of 11.07. And now we have the next bikes lining up. Another KTM Super Duke getting ready to line up. As we have another look at that jump start, there you go. Just missed it, misjudged it. Right, next two bikes under starters orders, looking at the lights. Good start from both of them. That's Supun Suraj on the right hand side and Shashika Sandaruan on the left. Who's going to take it? It looks very close. Supun Suraj just by a hair, 11.2 seconds and 11.4 for Sandaruan. having a look at the Honda CBR 1000RR of Shriyantha Anuradha right now. Some last minute preparations being made to that bike. These incredible machines. As we look towards the start line as well, as we have the next competitor lining up. So that's Shriyantha Anuradha on the right hand side. And Lahuru both make great starts there, managing to get all the power down. Oh, so close. 10.7 for Lahuru, 10.8 seconds for Shriyantha. So Lahuru wins it by a hair. Lahuru on the BMW S1000RR. Alright, now we see Supun Suraj once again in the Sports Touring Open bikes, riding the KTM Super Duke. Riders are told to look at the lights. And away they go. Dakshika Jasinger on the right hand side. Doesn't get the most ideal start. Supun Suraj looks like he's going to take it, and he does on the KTM Super Duke. Super Duke versus Super Duke.
we look to be having an exhibition run by a BMW M5 and an orange R35 GTR.
This will be interesting. Very interesting. So these won't be proper timed runs. These won't count for the for any results today. No prizes on offer, but it's good to show the crowd, give the crowd an experience of some of the fastest road-going cars in the country and who wins against who.
So that's a V8 twin turbo from the BMW and V6 twin turbo in the GTR.
Yep, but both putting out around similar horsepower. I don't know if there's any mods to the VM. The M5 got a much better start, but looks to be very closely overhauled by the GTR. Yep, GTR crosses the line first. No timings for these exhibition runs. It's just a little bit of fun. So now we have the BMW M4 again versus another BMW M5. Very unique color. That lovely purple on that M5. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, one of the only cars of a very limited number, if not the only one in the world in that color. And the M4. So two rear-wheel drive beasts. M5 gets released first. And there we have the M4 going on its exhibition run. The folding hardtop convertible. Another lovely color.
Sam, let's not forget the sound as well.
Oh yeah.
Inline 6 twin turbo.
Exactly.
Just beautiful.
Now,
two Porsches.
equally
GT3
amazing
RS
cars.
versus a Cayman.
And we have the Supra safety car also going alongside them, a little bit out of shot. But yeah, there you have Hiran's
GT3
911
RS.
GT3 RS.
Okay.
Wonderful, wonderful car. Probably one of the best cars I've ever driven. It's amazingly fast. I have to say though, I don't think it was giving it the full beans because that 718 Boxster managed to keep up towards the end. And then the Supra also going alongside. Have some lovely lovely safety cars here as well, right? We have the course car, which is the Supra, or safety car, which is the Supra, and the course car is the R34 GTR. As we have a look at the whole setup here from that high angle, from the drone shot, another shout out to our sponsors. Of course, any lubricants. Of course, don't forget, don't just drive. You can dominate the road and unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. With the Any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus. Call us on 77193-7173 or visit Any Sri Lanka for more information and availability today. Right, so now we're going to get into our finals. We've had a lot of the knockout rounds, and now we're going to get into the final round. So we have the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated 1600 finals coming up for you shortly. And that will be Umesh Rajakulendran as we just wait for his competitor. So this will be the finals for the Pro Street two-wheel drive N1600 NA. So Ramesh in the Honda Civic, the EK Civic SIR. Is it going to be a walkover for him? Looks like it might be. Does that mean we don't have a competitor here? Yep, looks like it's going to be a walkover. So if I'm not mistaken, he will go through to the final, or rather, he's won. He would have won that class. Whoever his competitor was in that category wasn't able to make it to the start line. Next, we have the Pro Street 1000cc category, two-wheel drive. So these are the finals. We have Amasha Rajakulendran, one of our esteemed female competitors taking part today. She won last year's event, and she'll be hoping to get some points on the board for the first round of 2025's championship. Up against her is Krishan Jayasekara in the Nissan March, as you can see there. And this is, of course, the finals for the category. So drivers are just being inched closer so that they're accurate on the line. You can see the Nissan March holding the revs. Krishan holding the revs up. A good getaway for Krishan. The March is in the lead for the first 100 meters, but very, very quickly, Imasha is able to reclaim the lead, and it looks like it's victory for Imasha. It's going to be very close, though, until we see it on the final camera. Oh, Krishan, just at the last second, Krishan managed to get the win with a 16-second time. But yes, Imasha will have to settle for second today. Wow, that is interesting. Very interesting, because it certainly looked like Imasha was able to catch up in the middle of the run. But looks like the march of Krishan just managed to overhaul the Wits at the very last second. So we are moving into the latter half of today's proceedings. So we've got some final races up. What you're witnessing right now is the battle between Imasha and Krishan. Look at it there. It just looks as if Imasha has the faster car, but towards the end, Krishan managed to beat her to the line, and he wins the 1000cc two-wheel drive open championship, or open event rather. And those points will contribute to his standing in the overall championship. Right, now we have Imasha again, and she'll be going against the Cultus of Imran Yaqub. So this is the two-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive, 1000 two-wheel drive, 1600cc turbo final. or 1068 NA final.
And we have Mahin De Silva in his K10 Turbo on the left.
And that's a brilliant start by both cars. Mahin seems to be just a little bit ahead. Mahin versus Suraj. Mahin's been running this car for 12 years. If he can get a victory, can Suraj overhaul him? No! Mahin managed to get him. 16.5 seconds for Mahin, 16.7 seconds for Suraj. Next up we have True Street, two-wheel drive, 1500cc NA. This should be the finals. Neto Abesekra in the Suzuki Swift Sport versus the EK4. And he's going up against Priyantha Atnayaka, the Honda EK2. True Street two-wheel drive 1500 NA. Drivers are being told to look at the lights, and they go. Jump start by the Honda Civic, a jump start by Priyantha, very unfortunate there. So Neto Abisekar takes the win for the class in the True Street two-wheel drive 1500 NA. Rather, I think he's through to the next round. I don't know if that was the final. That might have been the semi-final, because there's another car lining up, which is car number 29. Having a look at the replay, have a look at the Civic, watch the lights also. The red light comes on. Did both cars jump the start? Very possible. Very possible. So if both cars ended up jumping the start, both cars will get a 60-second penalty. So again, it will depend on who finishes the race first. Right, now we have car number 29. Heshan De Silva with a walkover. So I believe this is the semi-final for the True Street two-wheel drive 1500cc championship event. So Heshan will get a walkover for this, and then he will be paired with whoever is deemed the winner from the last race that we witnessed. So that will be very interesting indeed. That's right. If you just point which one it is, or if we maybe make a note of which one it is, then it'll be easier, because we can also see roughly.
It's a moment.
Right, so we have the Suzuki Swift Sport, piloted by Neto Abisekar, lining up once again. So he won the semi-final, and he will be paired with the walkover winner that we just saw. Heshan De Silva in the Honda Civic EG, car number 29. The marshals are just getting them quickly lined up. They're able to catch them as they come back from their race victories, their respective race victories, and then they'll be set off again. And I believe this will be the final for the True Street two-wheel drive 1500cc naturally aspirated class. So Honda Civic versus Suzuki Swift Sport. Three-door Suzuki Swift versus the four-door Honda Civic. The Swift Sport decked out in that lovely throwback to the rallying livery. Of course, these cars were extensively rallied in the Junior WRC series back in the early 2000s. Beautiful homage to that. And then we have an interesting livery on the side of that EK as well. So this is for the final. True Street two-wheel drive 1500cc NA. Lot of wheel spin from Heshan. Lot of wheel spin from Heshan. You can see the smoke. I think the Swift is just a little bit ahead, but the power don't.
I think the Honda is catching up.
Oh, but look how close! Look how close he drifted to the left. Look how close the Swift got to the left, and that would have put him off a little bit. I think he maybe had to lift off because I don't know whether he had so much. You wouldn't expect that much torque steered that far down the line, though.
Correct,
so I wonder whether he was just focusing on his mirrors and focusing on his gear shifts, and he didn't actually see. He started drifting to the left. He almost hit the barriers there. So I think he would have had to let off a little bit, and Heshan De Silva is the winner of that class. Well done to him. Next up, we have the True Street two-wheel drive 1600 NAs. Both cars getting off the line well. A little bit of white smoke there from the Trueno. But he's in the lead. He's managing to keep this Honda Civic towards the left. But it's going to be very close until we see it finally. Yes, yes. That is the Trueno that has won that. Chamodia Tilan winning, I believe, winning that category, the True Street two-wheel drive 1600. Next up, we have True Street two-wheel drive 2000cc NA. Once again, a class that has been dominated by Hondas.
All finals now, no?
So this will be the final.
Semi.
This will be the semi-final.
Semi-final? Okay, thank you.
This will be the semi-final for the True Street two-wheel 2000cc NA. We have Zakir Wahab in the Honda EG and Gihan Senaratna in the Honda Integra DC5. This will be very interesting as well, Ramian. It's going to be a tough one to call. It's going to be one...
The big edge.
The big edge, exactly, exactly.
And they always say it's power of dreams.
Yeah.
So all about the VTEC, all about the right shift.
Both cars raising their revs to the right level. Bouncing off the limiter. I think that it sounds like the car's running a bit of a soft limiter, maybe a bit of launch control there. Gihan is holding that 2-liter DC5 K20 engine at the rev line, at the optimum point, for where he thinks he will get as little wheel spin as possible. So he's obviously set that before. Some kind of launch control there. Is bouncing off the... He's being told by the marshal, don't rev yet, because they haven't given the go-ahead yet. They're just waiting for the all clear from the timing officials. And soon we'll have Integra Type R versus the Pandem body-kitted EG Civic. And this... So as we just wait, this is the semi-final, I'm told, of the True Street two-wheel drive 2000cc naturally aspirated class. So far, we've only seen Hondas take part in this class. They look to the lights go out. And a good start from both of them.
Integra is in the lead.
Integra is in the lead.
Can Zakir reel him in?
Zakir looks like he's gaining. He's passed. Yes, Zakir Wahab has passed. Not enough though. Just at the line. 14.7 versus 14.8. So 14.7, the Integra of Gihan won. Zakir will have to settle for second in that particular race, and I believe that means Gihan is through to the finals. Right. Now we have True Street rear-wheel drive, 1300cc to 1500cc.
We have Binara Dialvis on the right and Tanuja Malit Wanyarachi on the left.
Be interesting. So we have the K series Toyota wagon on the left, and of course the Datsun pickup on the right. Lovely to see these classic beauties taking part in an event like these. These aren't garage queens. These are cars that are being raced as you would hope. Okay, there's a little bit of a... So they're being told to stop now. They're being told to stop. The light sequence didn't go off properly. So both cars left. But there's a small error there. As we see the replay, the start was aborted. It was an aborted start. Ideally, both cars wouldn't have left there. It's an aborted start. You don't want to launch, but it would have been a bit confusing because the green light would have come on as well. So they're being lined up again. They're waiting for that staging. So there you have staged on the right and staged on the left. And we'll have another shot at this. Much better launch from both of them there. The K-Series Corolla on the left. Tanuja managing to get an early lead, but Binara Diawis, I have to say, is managing to keep up. But is it enough? That initial launch might just have done it. Let's have a look. Yes, Binara managed to overhaul Tanuja just at the line. 18.7 seconds for Binara. And that was the True Street rear-wheel drive, 1300 to 1500cc class. So that would have been the semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken. And we will now have a walkover for the next semi-finalist, which is Christopher Ranasinghe in the Toyota Carina. So it should be, in a few moments' time, the Carina of Christopher's versus the Datsun pickup of Binara's. So an easy run there for Christopher. I have to say though, he did launch it pretty well, even though it's a walkover. So he's getting that practice in, because he will be through to the final next. As we wait and see about the finalists for the True Street 1300 to 1500cc category. So if we have a look. The Datsun B120 of Binara is being told to pull over and go back to the start line, because he won that last race. He won his semi-final, and he will be paired with Christopher in the Toyota Carina for the finals of the True Street rear-wheel drive 1300 to 1500cc class. This class dominated by cars 30 to 40 years old. Of course, most cars back then were rear-wheel drive and lower capacity, 1300 to 1500cc. So the opportunity for a lot of older cars has arisen. So we've had the entry list consisted of Hillman Avenger, Ford Escorts, and of course the good old Carinas and Sunnies. And we have, of course, Binara Diawis in the Datsun B120 single cab pickup. So he will line up for the final alongside Christopher once he comes back. He's just being told by the marshals to line up again. This is a very specific class. They want it to be 1500cc. 1300 to 1500cc, but they need it to be rear-wheel drive. Very interesting class, segregating the competitors by which pair of wheels is driven. We have two-wheel drive, we have four-wheel drive classes, but this is the only rear-wheel drive class we've seen. But yeah, like I said, it's interesting because it sort of limits it to these more classic cars, because you don't get many 1300 or 1500cc cars that are rear-wheel driven today. But back in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, that was what you'd expect to see. So just getting a final briefing from Malith, the start line marshal there, as we wait. He just wants to position his car just enough. He doesn't want to be too far to the left, too far to the right. He needs to wait for that white staging light to come on. It's just come on right now. So let's have a look at the start. Been told to look at the lights. Lights illuminate. Goes green. Lots of wheel spin, but a much better start there from the Datsun pickup. Of course, the rear is much lighter. There's less metal over the rear wheels of that, so that might give him a little bit of an advantage. But the Carina is hanging in there. Benavides on the right. Christopher on the left. Who's going to do it? Who's going to cross the line first? Benavides by a hair. 18.5 seconds versus 18.8 seconds for Christopher. So Benavides is the winner of the True Street 1300 to 1500cc category. And in a very, very close second, Christopher Ranasinghe, I think if he'd have launched just a little bit higher, Christopher may have been in with a chance. Like I said, the Datsun should theoretically be lighter as well. Just a little bit less metal and glass work over the rear of that car. Makes it ideal for drag racing, really. Now we have a treat. To be Subaru versus Subaru, as we get Isra versus Sohan lined up. So this should be the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive category. Looks like it's a walkover. Yes, it is. So Sohan gets a walkover. And he gets to go down the drag strip in the Pro Drag 4-wheel drive class. And I'll just wait to tell you if that is a final or the semi-final. While we wait for our next competitors, of course, a huge thank you to the Colombo Racing Club for setting up these drags. Massive thank you to all the marshals, the Air Force, and all the officials coming together for this event. Of course, supported by the Southern Motorsports Club as well as FMSSL, the Federation for Motorcycle Sports in Sri Lanka. And a huge shout out to our sponsor, Any Lubricants. Don't just drive, dominate the road. You can unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. Any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus. Call us on 77-193-7173 or visit Any Sri Lanka for more information and availability today. Right, now we have Kapila in the Evo 9, and that's going to be a walkover for him. So an easy one for him. In the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo class. And he comes home with a time of 13 seconds. Now we have Kesara Weersinger in car number 132. So this is the final for the Pro Street all-wheel drive 2500cc, and it is a walkover, so Kesara will be going for the win here, giving a little bit of a show for the crowd, and he'll be trying to get the best time he can in the Pro Street all-wheel drive 2500cc turbo, and he sets a time of 12.9 seconds, so he is the winner of the Pro Street all-wheel drive 2500cc class. Right up. Right, now we have another walkover, but this is the semi-final for the True Street two-wheel drive EP Starlet GT 1 Make Turbo. Car number 16, guaranteed to make it through to the final, is Ramesh Laknath. So this is a good opportunity for him to get a little bit of practice in. Now, if you're wondering what a walkover is, if you've just tuned in, a walkover is when there's an odd number of competitors in the class, because obviously after the knockout rounds, there are some times that you'll be left with an odd number of people in the class. So instead of not running, the fastest time is allowed, the guy that set the fastest time is allowed to run on their own against no one. So you get a little bit of practice in, and it goes as a walkover. So that's what's happened here. There are 3 cars left that could potentially win this category right now. So guaranteed to go through to the final is car number 16, which is the Toyota Starlet of Ramesh Laknath, as he takes off, and he just gets this extra little bit of practice in. And then after this, we'll have the next semi-final. So there you go, Ramesh Laknath through to the final, and the next semi-final is car number 6, Sanjaya, in the Starlet GT versus
Ravin Senuratna.
Now this is going to be one to watch, I'm sure.
Let's see if the Launch King can do it again.
Exactly. Car number 19, Ravin. Bit of a legend in the JDM scene. Has some beautiful cars, but I think his heart is always with the Starlets.
Of course it is.
But will his heart be on this launch? The lights go on, the lights go up. A good launch from both of them, but the first and second
Ravin
change
seems to be ahead.
Yes, the first and second change just wasn't quick enough for Sanjay, and it's given Ravin that early lead. Now, will Ravin be able to stay in the lead for the rest of it? Sanjay is catching, but not enough. So close. So very close. But that is Ravin through to the finals there. Incredible stuff, but very close. But surprising how Sanjay was able to catch up even at that last minute, despite having a bit of a bad launch, or rather a bad first or second gear change, I think. Right, now we have
Sam, we have a 2-door versus a 4-door. Evo versus Subaru.
Oh, there we go. And that, of course, is Ishaq Wahab on the left.
Can the Subaru flag stand high?
And on the right, we have the Mitsubishi Evo 6 of Vinod Sridhar. This is for the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. So we have the two-door self-titled Project Safari by Ishraq. This is a race. This car used to be raced on gravel tracks. This is the semi-final for the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. Whoever wins this will get through to the final. Will it be Subaru? Will it be Mitsubishi? Will it be two-door? Will it be four-door? It's going to be close to call. Both cars look aggressive. They've both managed to make it this far, but which one of them will be able to come into the finals for the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbos? Drivers.
If Ishraq can get his launch right, I think he will have an excellent chance.
Exactly. That car is running a 6-speed manual gearbox this time. Of course, last time it was running 5-speed, and the gearbox actually broke during the practice last round. So Ishraq will be hoping that it won't happen again. But I've been told the 6-speed is stronger than the 5-speed. So there's a reason why he went for that. The gearings, of course, are a little bit different.
But everybody calls the 5-speed the glass box.
So there you go. Yeah. There you go. Absolutely proved last time. Hopefully it'll be different this time. Ishraq just talking to the start line official there, getting a little bit of advice perhaps, or maybe wondering how long it's going to take as we wait for the timing officials to give the okay. But yeah, it's a tense moment. A lot of money being poured into both of these cars. Vinod on the right, Ishraq on the left. Interestingly, the last car, the last Subaru to win a gravel event, 315. So it's running, it's a 2-liter forged engine on the left with an 18G turbo. And it's the last car which won an SLGT race, a last Subaru to have won an SLGT race. It won Gajaba Supercross in 2017, but of course the car has been taken back to a more road spec, or I suppose you can call it a road and drag spec after this. We have one of the officials just talking to Ishraq there, maybe just clarifying what this small delay is, what this hold-up is, as we just wait. We're all eager to see Subaru versus Mitsubishi. We've already had a few of these. It'll be interesting to see again. All eyes on these two white, rally-bred, rally-honed super sedans. Of course, Vinod very successful last time out, both in the Starlet and the Evo. Managed to make it all the way to the semi-finals of this class. True Street all-wheel drive, 2000cc turbo. And of course, Ishraq with decades of race experience, mostly on rally circuits, rally cross circuits, and of course coming from a long line of motorsports drivers as well. They're being asked to take their cars from the line, so obviously some sort of technical difficulty right now. They've been asked just to reverse a little bit and maybe realign themselves so that the lights come on. Yep, one car is staged. We wait for the other car to get staged. Two cars staged, right. Now, it looks like we might be ready to have a race on our hands. Exactly, and even we're concentrating very hard on the lights now. The lights illuminate. It's a better start, it's a quicker start from the Evo on the right, Vinod on the right, but will Ishraq be able to overhaul him? Yes, Ishraq, he is, and he's passed. He's not only reeling him in, he's gapping him. And Ishraq crosses the line. Very close. 12.9 seconds for Ishraq. Vinod 13.054. So less than a tenth. Exactly. Less than a tenth of a second in. So that's Ishraq through to the final of the True Street 4-wheel drive class. True Street 4-wheel drive 2000cc turbo. Right, next semi-final in that same class. Car number 74, Tamidu on the right, Bimsara on the left. Evo versus Evo, who's going to win this one? Yeah, he does indeed. Bimsara Madhushankar crosses the line comfortably, 13.04 seconds and 13.757 seconds. Yeah, it's crazy. It's very close competition. But Bimsara through to the final. So he'll go up against Ishraq Wahab. Again, Subaru versus Evo in the finals. How nice indeed. Impreza versus Evo, Mitsubishi versus Subaru. Place your bets now. So as Ishraq comes back to the start line, as he waits, so he'll be told to come back into the starting paddock. And he'll be able to line his car up for the finals of the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo class. And next up, another amazing event. So we have the K20, Honda K20 engine Starlet GT of Raveen Senaratne versus Ramesh Rajakulendran in the Honda Civic SIR. The Baby Milo 1600cc versus the K20 of the Raveen, K20 Starlet of Raveen's. So Raveen already managed to make an impression on this drag race. And this is, I've been told, the final for the Pro Street two-wheel drive 2500cc event. So interestingly, it's still Honda versus Honda in a way.
One has a Honda heart, the other one is a complete Honda car.
Yeah, exactly. So Starlet with a Honda heart, not the combination you'd really expect to see, but an amazing build nonetheless. And we're happy to have it here. I mean, it's incredible to see builds of all shapes, sizes, and engines come through our doors here at the Katukurunda drag races. The Worth Drag Wars 2025, and this is the final of the Pro Street 2500cc naturally aspirated class. Raveen Senaratne on the left in that Honda K20 engine powered Starlet, and then Ramesh Rajakulendran on the right in Baby Milo, multiple drag winning car. Both cars make a great launch. Ramesh pulls to the left a little bit, but the cars are dead level. I think Raveen is just a little bit ahead, but it's very hard to tell from this angle. Let's have a look at the finish line cap. Ramesh just clinches it on the finish line, 14.299 seconds versus 14.4 seconds for Raveen. That is the final for Ramesh in the bag in the Pro Street two-wheel drive 2500cc class. Now, Ramin, that was as close as you'd ever see it, right?
That's true.
Right, now we have car number 141, the Toyota Altezza, taking
The
part in
Altezza
the...
that's built for sideways.
Built for sideways, so keep an eye on this one if you're watching at home. It might just go sideways because this is a drift car that is basically being converted into a drag car for this event. And it's running meth. And he'll be going up against the two-wheel drive Tesla. So this is for the Pro Drag two-wheel drive class. A lot of noise from the Altezza.
This is actually a semi-final event.
So semi-finals, very, very noisy Altezza versus the almost silent Tesla. This will be very interesting to see indeed. Come on, we're always told EV power is the future. As we just wait starters' orders to see when they can start. So we have the Tesla lined up against the 3SGE powered Toyota Altezza, running methanol.
With the turbo.
With the turbo. Is it any match for the EV? Is the EV any match for the Altezza? Now, the Altezza didn't get the best start in the previous knockout round, but Liam in the 718 jumped the start. So let's have a look now. The lights illuminate. Oh no, it looks like it's a jump start for... It's a jump start for the Tesla. Tesla didn't seem to move, but the red light has gone on. I believe that might be a rerun.
Sachit crossing the line at 14.6.
That's very good for a drift car, I'm sure.
It is.
Is he being asked to leave the area? If that was a jump start, then that's a win for the Altezza. As we look at the replay, very tough to say. But these are so sensitive. The equipment is so sensitive. Even if you move a millimeter to the front or to the rear, you will be penalized. Let's have another look. Just watch the Tesla, see if it moves at all. Doesn't seem to move to my eyes, but if the equipment says so, let's see. I'm sure the officials will just investigate that to see if something else maybe crossed the beam or something like that. You never know. Let's have a look and see. The Tesla is definitely waiting on the start line. He wants to run again. We can't blame him, really. We all want to run again, even if we get... If we're told it's a jump start, usually it's a slam dunk, but you don't know. You absolutely don't know. There can be technical problems as well. But so far, we have to say the event running very efficiently, very smoothly. And it's great to see. Of course, the timing done by Chronopulse. Pioneers in doing virtual rallies. We've had a couple of virtual rallies in Sri Lanka with them as well, but this is the first time I think they're doing a drag race in Sri Lanka. And yes, it looks like the Altezza is getting lined up again. So Sachith Siramana will be lining up again in that 3SGE powered Altezza. Getting... Now, you might not be able to see this, but he's getting a last-minute pep talk from Clive, one of the prolific tuners, Clive Roger. And I believe he'll need to turn around and line up again. So the Tesla's on the start line. Tesla's ready. Tesla's waiting. That is, of course, Madhura Ranasinghe in the Tesla Model 3. And this will be very interesting to see. It's so tricky getting the power down in that Altezza. And I think it's relatively easy, at least to get the launch right in the Tesla. But still, you have so much power coursing through those rear wheels. And we just wait for the final word from the officials and just to see what the outcome of that would be. In the meantime, let's have another shout out for our sponsors. Any lubricants? Don't just drive, dominate the road. Unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. Any iRide motor experience Pro Plus? Call us on 77-193-7173 or visit anysrilanka.com for more information and availability today. Right now we have the Altezza lining up once again. So we are going to get that battle we wanted to see. Petrol power versus EV power. Now remember, this is a car that has been built for drifting, not drag racing. You've seen some amazing drag builds today. This is an amazing build of another sort. It's a drift car primarily. But that's the beauty of this. You can run anything you want in these drag wars, provided it meets the regulations. The lights go on, the lights turn green. It's a better start for both of them. But as we said, it's just such a struggle to get the power down in the Altezza. It is a drift car. I don't think he's running launch control. It's so difficult. He is running launch control, but even then it's so difficult for him to get the power down, and that is an easy win there for the Tesla Model 3. So, Pro Drag 2-wheel drive won by Madhura Ranasinghe in the Tesla Model 3, Sachit Sirimana coming a close second in the Toyota Altaza. Right, now we have Kasun Samarakun with a walkover. Also in the Pro Drag 2-wheel drive class. In his BMW 335 Active Hybrid 3. Raymond, you have a bit of information on this?
Let's not forget, this is Kasun's first entry, first race. And he's running in his 335 chip to 400 horsepower.
Right, so that car will go into the finals of the Pro Drag 2-wheel drive, and that will face the Tesla Model 3. Right, what do we have lining up right now? Right, next we have the Pro Street 2-wheel drive 1600cc. That's Javed Wahab, you can see on the right of the screen, and Ramesh Rajakulendran lining up. Pro Street 2-wheel drive. So Toyota 4EG versus the Honda B16 on the left. B16, we saw Javed not being able to make the finish line last time, but he's managed to do it, managed to get a much better start this time, but it's not enough for Ramesh Rajakulendran.
And this is also the finals.
This is also the finals, so Ramesh Rajakulendran wins the final of that category. That would be the Pro Street 2-wheel drive 1600cc NA. He went up against Javed Wahab in the Lotus 7 styled Ram Slingshot. Right, now we come back. We pick up the story that we left before. Yeah. Yep, so that will be for the Pro Drag 2-wheel drive.
So we now have the Tesla versus the BMW 335 on the final race. It'll be interesting to see how both the cars perform.
That 360 camera that's been attached to the back of the BMW
should tell a lot.
Should tell a lot, and
should make for some very interesting footage as well.
I wonder if you can aero optimize a camera like that, for a little bit of extra downforce.
Let's not forget, this is the first time the BMW is running out here, and it's proven to be a really good contender. And it's his first time racing, his first drag race.
And the lights go on. Oh no, it's a jump start for the BMW, so the Tesla wins by default. But let's have a look anyway, because I'm interested to see what the gap is between the BMW and the Tesla. Madhura Ranasinghe on the left, Kasun Samarakun on the right. Pretty close, but unfortunately a jump start by the BMW there. Kasun Samarakun on the right had a little bit of a jump start there. Very, very unfortunate. Right now, and we just have a replay of that. Just watch the BMW just inches forward, just a little bit. That was enough to trigger the sensors, and he will get a 60-second penalty for that. So he'll be finished in second. I mean, it's good enough for him. And there's more rounds of this championship to go, so let's see how it goes. Right, now we have the final of the True Street 2000cc all-wheel drive category. We have Ishraq Wahab on the right, car number 62, and then we have car number 79, which is Bimsur Madhushankar in the Mitsubishi Evo.
So it comes down to the finals. Can a Subaru take down an Evo?
Oh, I'm not going to say anything because I honestly couldn't pick between the two. These are both amazingly fast cars, proper builds, proper daily drivable builds as well, I think it's safe to say. But which one will be victorious over the 400 meters? The revs rise, drivers are told to look at the lights, lights start to illuminate, and there's a jump start on the left for Bimsur.
Gets a terrific launch and he's off.
But Bimsur gets a jump start. What a shame. It's a jump start for the Evo on the left, so Ishrak wins by default.
At 12.8 seconds.
12.8 seconds, a brilliant time. He would, I think maybe Ishrak would have won anyway. In that case, because as we have a look at the replay, yep, he just moves just a tenth of a second, maybe not even that, maybe a thousandth of a second before the green light illuminated. But that's the thing, you have to time your launch perfectly if you want to win, but at the same time, do it wrong and you instantly lose. So that's the unfortunate thing about drags, and that's where all this added skill comes in. Being able to time that, your reaction times, is one of the most important and critical things about these drag races. So congratulations to Ishrak Wahab for winning the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo category. Alright, so let's have a replay, and there you go. Bimsur just jumped the start there just a little bit. I think he might have realized also. Yeah, he missed shifted, or he missed a gear. I think he would have seen the red light just before he took off, and that would have put him all out of sorts as he went down the line. So we might not be able to conclusively say who would have won that without the jump start,
Sam,
but it was close.
I also think I can hear Ishrak celebrating.
Yeah, Ishrak.
With all the pops and bangs from his car.
Anti-lag engaged.
It's a happy day for all the Subaru owners. And I'm sure the club is over the moon to have their president win this event.
So the last car to win SOGT is, well, the first car this year to win the True Street all-wheel drive 2000cc turbo class. Congratulations to Ishrak Wahab with that Subaru Safari styled car. Brilliant showing for him. Right, while we wait for the next few competitors to line up, once again, another big shout out to our friends over at Any Lubricants. Don't just drive, dominate the road, and unleash unmatched performance with engine oil designed to take you further and faster. Any iRide Moto Experience Pro Plus, and you can call us on 77193-7173 or visit Any Sri Lanka for more information and availability today. Okay, so as we have a look at the next lineup, and now I believe we have the True Street two-wheel drive EP Starlet GT 1 make turbo. We have Ramesh Laknath on the left-hand side of your screen. And he'll be going up against Raveen Senaratne in what I believe is the final for the True Street two-wheel drive EP Starlet GT1 make class. So yeah, this should be the final. So it's Raveen versus Ramesh. For the one make Starlet GT class.
Let's see if the Launch King can stick to his title again.
Yep, let's have a look now as we look towards the lights. Lights illuminate and green.
Perfect launch by Raveen.
It is a much better launch by Raveen on the right hand side of your screen.
But can Ramesh reel him in?
It's gonna be close. It's going to be close.
I don't think so. I think Raveen's up ahead.
Raveen wins it. 14.8 seconds versus 15.2. So 0.5 of a second in that between those two cars. And that, I think, was all in the launch, as you said. And that would have been the finals for the True Street two-wheel drive EP Starlet 1 make. So Raveen successfully wins that one. Now we have Ishan versus Purnika.
Sam, that black BMW looks just amazing. Menacing as well.
So Purnika on the BMW M1000 RR.
They both are staged up.
They're asked to come back again. Being pulled back there by the start line marshal. So it looks like they just need to be staged one more time. Right, both bikes are getting lined up again. Millimeter precision required for the staging. So the BMW M1000 RR on the right. Lights go on, lights go out, and there's a jump start for the BMW on the right, and he gets very close to the barriers there. He didn't want that wheelie, and he got super close to the barriers. Lucky not to have touched them, but it was a jump start for him anyway, so it's Ishan with the faster time there. Ishan, bike number 218, the Honda CBR. Have a look at this. See, yep. Just a little bit of a jump start, but have a look at this. Gets so close to the barriers, the center line there. He is very lucky to have kept it out of the wall there. And of course, this is the Superbike Open category. Of course, ably supported by FMSSL. And lights go on, lights go up. And it's a close one. Shriyanta Anuradha on the right hand. PDA Udiangana on the left hand side. Shriyanta gets it 11 seconds versus 11.6 seconds for P. Udiangana. And we'll have a look at the finish line again. Very, very close. 0.6 of a second in it for these two bikes. So this is the Superbike final. Good launch from both bikes there. Both struggling to keep the front wheels down. Shriyanta Anuradha on the right. Ishan Edrisinger on the left. Ishan on the CBR. Shriyanta crosses the line 11.13, but I believe it was won by the bike on the left. Let's have another look at the replay. And you can see the victory burn out there. And he's one very happy man. You can see how relieved he is to win. And I believe that was the last event of the day, I'm being told. So thank you very much for coming if you're here, and thank you very much for tuning in at home on Papare TV or on Pit Pass. The live stream is being hosted on YouTube and Facebook, as well as, of course, on POTV. Once again, a huge shout out to all our sponsors and the Colombo Racing Club for organizing this and putting this together. And of course, Worth, the title sponsors of the drag races. My name has been Sam D. Smith.
And I'm Ramian Hodson.
And with that, we wish you a very good night and a safe drive home, and join us again in June for round 2 of the Worth Drag Wars 2025. Thank you and take care.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ 2door.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න 2door.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකයේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීමට අපේම අපේ කෙනෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකයේ අලෙවිකරුවන් පමණක්ම සිටින අපේකම පිරුණු අන්තර්ජාල වෙළඳපොළ tudo.lk ඔබේ නිවසට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේ දොරකඩටම ගෙන්වා ගන්න. දැන්ම පිවිසෙන්න tudo.lk වෙතට.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
අන්තර්ජාලයෙන් විශ්වසනීයව භාණ්ඩ ගෙන්වා ගැනීම